And welcome to the live stream, folks. Looks like we're already off to a great start with computer issues. Oh, the struggle is real, I tell you what. Anyways, welcome to the live stream. I'm glad you're all here. A couple things we're going to do today. We're going to try to turn a big bag of parts into a flying quad. I'm going to try to finish building a FPV Cycle CineSplore. Going to get rid of this little guy. Going to give this away like I was supposed to do last week, but again, computer issues prevented that from happening. And I don't know, we'll give away a bunch of other stuff, chit chat, talk about things, and you know, do the typical live stream stuff. I haven't been very consistent on the live streams. I want to try to do these a little more often, but you know, work schedule and life, it is what it is. Yeah, life issues are crazy, and adding a computer on top of it just makes it worse. Anyways, thanks for coming by. I really appreciate it. That little video intro that I had there, that is with probably my favorite quad to fly right now, and that's this little guy. This is the Beta FPV 75 Lite. The only way you can get this one is in the RTF kit, and it is something special. This thing flies so well, and that's with zero tuning, zero touch, anything. Let's see, Travis Stevens, how's it going? Robert Ortlip, welcome from Kazakhstan. Appreciate you stopping by. Drill the Kill, I don't know why it's recommended to me. I don't know. Stick around, you might learn something. If not, at least hit the like button, subscribe, and hang out. You might learn. You might like it. This is all about FPV racing drones and flying acro and building stuff. A little bit of tech in there, some education. Beard and Hammer RC, welcome. And yeah, I'm not even bother trying to pronounce your name, but from Sri Lanka, that's a long ways away. Thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate it. I know you could be doing other things right now and spending your time with other people, but I really appreciate you being here. So anyways, what we're going to do today is we're going to turn this big bag of stuff here, hopefully, into a flying cinematic quad. If you haven't seen this, this is the CineSplore. This is Bob Rugi's design from FPV Cycle with Stan FPV's specially designed ducts. And I'm going to go DJI on this one because, well, I'm going to take the easy way out. And DJI is actually probably my favorite platform right now. I've been flying solely on the DJI goggles with analog module, even though I do have Orcas. My Orcas happen to be in a million pieces right now. I tore the shells apart, sent them off to be custom coated, and someone told me I couldn't tear apart the Orcas because they needed special tools. Well, that's just not true. They come apart just like anything else. Travis Stevens building a Source 1 7-inch now. Awesome. 7-inch is a interesting beast. It's interesting to tune, and luckily compared to about a year ago, there are a lot more props out there for said platform. Anywho, yeah, I'm going to announce the winner for the sub 250 box. 2 reasons I didn't do it on last week like I was supposed to is I was going to do a live stream last Friday. PC problems. I found out that it's possible to run out of USB bandwidth. Really sucks on an old laptop. And then also Get FPV forgot to send me 2 of these when I ordered 2. So the second one just showed up. Thoughts on the Orcas? Best analog goggle on the market. Hands down, without a doubt, best goggle you can buy. They're also probably about the most expensive. But if you got to buy only one goggle and you can only afford one, I'll be honest, gotta go DJI. I've been using them nonstop for the last month, and I really like them. They can do both. Rob Lucas, welcome from New Zealand. One of these days, sometime in my life, I want to make it to New Zealand. All right, so a little bit of housekeeping stuff. If you want to make sure I see your comment, type @tweetfpv. It'll highlight in yellow on my screen, and I'll be able to see it. Also, if you want to hit that super chat button, that will also put your comment or your question or whatever it is you want to send up at the top, and I'll definitely get to those. But yeah, so the CineSplore really kind of piqued my interest. I do have a what is that? The Shendrone Squirt that I was looking at converting over to digital to make it DJI compatible, which required altering the frame and printing out some parts and whatnot for it. Yeah, Angel, I noticed you for sure. I just bought a HDO1 and might sell them already for Orcas. Yes, if you like the way the HDO1s fit, you'll love the way the Orcas fit. If the HDO2s fit you really well for some reason, I don't know anybody that they really do fit well, then the Orcas are going to fit completely different. The shell between the HDO1 and the HDO2 changed a lot, and I could not stand the fit. I've tried a bunch of different foams. I don't really care for the neoprene stuff, but either way, none of them really fit well. The screens were great, the optics were great. I really like the individual focus. I don't really need it for my vision, but the first time I put the Orcas on, I was sold. And now that the firmware is actually being updated to actually fulfill the promises that they had in the beginning, it's pretty darn nice. I gotta say, they're pretty cool. Here, I'll show you a picture of what they look like right now. There we go. That's what the Orcas look like at least a week ago. So they're going through some changes here. These were actually not very hard to take apart. There's one other video I saw where a guy dismantled these things, and that dude just destroyed them getting them apart. They're actually very easy to take apart as long as you know a few key little things. But that video's coming as soon as I get the shells back. The knockoff EV800s, man, I don't even know what a knockoff EV800 is. Although I do have a set of EV800s now, and I do really like those. They're pretty impressive. It's weird that they're a 4x or 5x4 aspect ratio. But then again, if you that's all you had, you wouldn't know any better, and it really wouldn't make a difference. If the volume's a little weird, let me know. If the background sounds excessive, I've got the door open because I'm in southern Alabama and it is hot. It is hot out. So I'm trying to survive here as best I can. And like I said, new PC problems. This is actually a whole new computer here, and I just set up OBS on it about 2 hours ago. So probably not the best thing I could do. Anyway, so back over the CineSplore here, we've got the frame. Again, you can get this with two different types of ducts. You can get just a standard plastic injected, just more or less a prop guard than anything else. Or there's Stan FPV. He's been kind of a pillar of the community. He's designed these ducts to be to work specifically with the props and these motors that Bob Ruge has developed. And I figured, hey, I'll toss the dude a couple extra bucks and give them a try. They feel like they're probably PETG, not PLA, but they are 3D printed, so they're not like they're cast or anything like that. Fly Turbo Quad, hello from Quebec. I used to live in northern Michigan, so I'm very close to Canada. Been, well, not to Quebec, but I've been to Canuckistan quite a few times. Lower drinking age, colder beer, better beer, and cleaner streets, I can tell you that for sure. So anyways, for the printed ducts, I went ahead and fitted the frame together just because I always like to make sure the frame fits and I'm not missing any pieces before I start a build. And one of the interesting things about this frame is when you get it, it doesn't come with the threaded inserts installed into the ducts. Let's see here. PC problems. So my problem was I was using a Microsoft Surface Book. The very first one was an i7. It does not have enough USB bandwidth to run a webcam like this Logitech Brio here, and a Elgato 4K cam link, which I have hooked to my Sony A50 something 100. Just couldn't do it. The doesn't have the resources for it, unfortunately. And then my normal PC is on the other side of this wall where not my workbench is. So other than that, I don't really have PC issues. I'm just trying to do more than what it's capable of doing. But anyways, so these ducts didn't come with the little inserts installed there. So I did a real simple way. I saw Bob Ruge had a video. I just heat up the old soldering iron and just press them in there. That's got to be a lot easier than heating them up over the oven like he was showing. Really don't think that's a great idea. But, you know, results are results either way. So the FPV crate, that was an unboxing I did about 2 weeks ago, and I put it out there that I bought 2 of them. I was going to give one away. I don't even think I closed the entry on that. So, you know what? If you're in here and you haven't put your name in the entry form, let me get you that link real quick here because, you know, why not, right? More the merrier. So bear with me here. I got to get the link. And I'm only working on a 1-screen setup, so while I'm out doing the jazz hands routine in the background, I cannot see what's going on. So let's preview. All right. And let's see here. And to talk to myself a lot, you'll find that out. And here you go. That is the entry form for the sub 250 Get FPV crate. I think there was 3 props and a really nice F7 20x20 flight controller in there. So if you want to not get in there and get it signed up, 3 mil inserts. No, these are 2 mil. I believe 2 mil, maybe 2.5. Stand by. Pretty sure they're 2 mil. Be weird if they were 2.5. Yep, 2 mil for sure. Really want to build a toothpick quad. Really hope I win. Yeah, toothpicks are a very, very fun class of quad. I've been very, very impressed with toothpicks. Funny story about toothpicks is, you know, Bob Ruge, he is kind of the, I know he's not the first person to do it, but he's definitely the loudest voice in the community that has actually done something with the platform. And man, I was waiting and waiting and waiting for his frame to come out, and I fell backwards into a good deal on a Shapeoko 3. And if you don't know what a Shapeoko 3 is, that's it's a CNC router. So I got a hold of one of those, a couple sheets of carbon, and I actually made my own toothpick frame. I called it the Cavity. It turns out there's another company that makes a Cavity. But, so I was flying a toothpick frame before his ever hit the market. I sold a bunch of them to a couple friends of mine. Learned a lot about carbon fiber and designing a quad. They flew really, really well, and they handled a crash really, really well, which that's always kind of a struggle sometimes. The beta's the shit out of them. Yeah, the beta FPV is freaking awesome. This little guy, I am just shocked at how well this thing flies. And you know, the thing with this is it doesn't run Betaflight. It runs Silverware. I've never flown a Silverware based flight controller. There's hardly any tuning. You can change your PIDs, but I'm just flying what came in it, and this thing flies so stinking well. And I'm not sure if it's exactly because of the flight controller or if it's possibly because of the platform, the 75 millimeter with the what are these, 1102, 1800, 18,000 kV motors. This is only on 1S, and this thing flies so good. VTX is hot garbage on it though. But yeah, that's can't win them all apparently in this hobby. So let's see, it is 9:17 where I'm at, Central Standard Time. I'll give it to about 9:30, and I'll set up for the drawing on that that FPV crate there. But if you guys have any questions, feel free to put them down there in the comments. As usual, I deal with a just an insane amount of FrSky access, new radio questions, way more than any person ever should have to. FrSky is starting to finally get their stuff together a little bit. They did send me my first pre-production product. I have one of the new Archer RS receivers. That's kind of the competitor to the RXSR. And I gotta say, I'm very, very impressed with it. Oh, you know what? I was gonna save this for another video, but heck, I'll show you guys now since you're all here. And I made this. This looks weird. I'm gonna change cameras here. And this is my receiver deathmatch box. So I have 2 servos with little flags depending on which system I'm testing. Inside of it, a little 2-cell LiPo, a 5-volt Beck, a little distribution board that I made to send the power, ground, and S-bus signals out, pin headers for 2 different receivers. From there, they go down to a S-bus decoder, and then to yon servos here. And the idea is to set them up so on failsafe, the flags will come up and they're being strapped to the bottom of my Mavic Air, and just send it and see what happens. So today I tested the Archer RS for the first time, and I couldn't get to failsafe. I ran out of range on my Mavic first. Yeah, so it's pretty damn impressive, but I haven't compared it to anything else yet, so I don't really have words. Shit. Whatever. You know what I'm talking about. I don't have other things to compare it to right now. But it flew way farther than I thought it would ever go. And like I said, I couldn't get to failsafe. So I may have to rethink that. I may strap it to the top of my car again. I don't know. What's your opinion on the upcoming IRC Ghost module? You know what? Immersion RC isn't in the market of putting out crap products. It will be, I'm pretty sure it'll be fully vetted, fully tested. It's going to be good. It has to be good because there's already other 2.4 systems out there. I know I saw a teaser from TBS today. Of course, whenever they announce anything, they give you zero information, but everybody's speculating that it's their 2.4 gigahertz system. I believe they've been on record saying 2.4 gigahertz is garbage, but hey, apparently they're going to reinvent garbage. Don't quote me on that. I don't. Hola, welcome. I don't see 2.4 gigahertz working out for, long range, because it's the nature of the RF propagation of 2.4 gigahertz. It's a much shorter wavelength, so it tends to get attenuated pretty easily by just about everything. Even water in the atmosphere makes a big difference. Whereas 900 is a much longer wavelength, and it tends to kind of work its way around things. And that's why 900 megahertz is so good. But as you go down in frequency, so 900 megahertz is lower than 2.4 gigahertz, obviously, you run out of bandwidth. So there are issues with flying more than like 10 people in a spot where people start fail-safing each other. You got to be very specific, 10 milliwatts, telemetry off, because that takes up even more of the bandwidth. 2.4 has bandwidth for days to use. It's going to be fast, I'm sure. I love the fact that they're making a XJT module and a XJT Lite, so they're going to cater to everybody, whereas TBS is taking this really hard stance on kind of a FU to FrSky. For whatever reason, I know there's bad blood between them, and there's bad blood between all these companies. The thing that I don't like is this is just fracturing the hobby even more. It's cutting it up into littler pieces, and everybody's gonna have to pick a side and go. Otherwise, it's like owning an Android phone and a Apple Watch. It's like, yeah, they both work, but you're losing so much. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what comes out of it, and I'm sure TBS is going to crank out their product as well and say that somebody copied their stuff, whereas I don't know. They might be copying FR Sky's technology for all I know. And then FlySky announced their long-range 2.4 gigahertz system, what, month and a half ago? I think it's even, I don't even know if it's out, but I know they talked about it. So I don't know. Everybody's trying to just whack up this pie a little bit smaller and take a bigger bite out of it. And we'll all be paying in the end, I'm sure. The fact that, let's see, all the R&D used to be equally shared, and now not so much. No, we are the R&D, unfortunately. The consumer is the research team for a lot of this stuff. So then, you know, we keep breaking up the hobby between FR Sky and TBS. I mean, I'm agnostic. I fly everything. I've got, well, I don't fly FlySky or Spectrum, so I take that back. But I fly Tango 2 has got to be my favorite radio out there. I absolutely love it. Now, if I could put a module in the back of it and put like an XJT module in it and fly my D8, D16 quads, it'd probably be my one-stop shop radio. But you know, I've got FR Sky radios, I've got TBS radios, I've got a DJI radio down here just because why not? Oh, I even have a Jumper. I mean, Jumper's taking the world by storm, but what do they make? What does Jumper make? They make a box with other people's technology in it. It's a great box. It's great stuff they put in it, but they're using other people's technology for receivers. I'm worried that once FR Sky does eventually phase out all the ACCST, which they're going to do because they kind of have to for frequency management, and they can't develop their technology without actually shutting down ACCST and continuing with access. I mean, the whole point is to drive technology and drive innovation. They have to do that. Jumper's going to be left behind because Jumper can't use access. So they're going to lose all the new FR Sky receivers. So they're going to be entirely dependent on third-party receivers or their own if they start producing. I think they have one D16-ish receiver, and I'm not dogging on Jumper or Radio Master or whatever. They make a great radio. I like it. I have one. I love it. I'll never use it. It's too damn big. It's not targeted towards the FPV mini quad scene at all. But you know, that's just my thoughts too. And you know, I may be proved wrong. I really hope I am. That's the best thing that could happen. Legend Man, thank you. I appreciate it. I always appreciate the sub. This channel has turned into something I never thought it would be. I never thought. I started off with doing a comparison between R9 and Crossfire because nobody talked about R9. Nobody. And it was like half the price of Crossfire. And well, you know, the rest is history. Hell, I still get comments on that video, and that thing's got to be 3 years old now. But yeah, Jumper, Radio Master. I do like the Radio Master TX16S more than the Jumper T18. It's just a preference thing. Travis Stevens, I have a question about fail-safes. Why can my whoops with SPI receivers go to RSSI 40 meters before fail-safe, but my XM quads go 70-ish? Something screwed up with Betaflight or the radio. SPI receivers, and Travis, are you running that on D8 or D16? Because that does make a big difference on the stupid SPI boards. So I haven't really found a concrete answer for why D16 sucks so much on SPI boards. The best thing I found is possibly the packet, the amount of data in the packets is too much for the SPI receiver to handle. And when you're sending D16, you're sending more data than on D8, and that's why you have fail-safes. It used to manifest itself as just complete flight controller lockups, which look like fail-safes, but you'd notice like your sticks wouldn't respond. Even when you got back to the quad, your timer would stop. It was really weird. D8 definitely flies better on SPI boards, but there is another protocol out there that a lot of people don't know about. It's called Red Pine. It uses the SPI boards. You need a multi-protocol module flashed with newer firmware, but Red Pine is a D8, D16 protocol that's being developed by, I think it's the I think it's the, who's the people that do the multi-protocol stuff? Those guys, but it's being developed. If you have Betaflight 4.2 or whatever the newest version is, and you have one of the XJT MPNs like the Vantech or the iRange X, you can play around with Red Pine, and Red Pine works pretty good. I have a buddy who has a SPI board that will, on range test mode, fail safe 2 feet in front of his feet, but on Red Pine he can go ways out there. But then again, that sounds like a pretty rough SPI board. I've had some that'll fail safe 40 feet in front of me. I've had some that'll fail safe 400 yards in front of me. They're so inconsistent. Yeah, Beard and Hammer RC D16 on SPI is awful. If that's all you have and to get going, you got to use it. It's okay for flying indoors as long as you're like line of sight and don't fly behind a door. You're fine. But D8 it's the only way to do these SPI boards. And I think that there is code being worked into the Betaflight firmware to address some of the new Access D16, D8 stuff. I'm not 100% sure. I'm so busy with other parts of life to get in there and do that kind of research. But I know for my testing, D16 is truly awful. If you think you have good range with a D16 on an SPI board, try D8. You will be surprised. And unfortunately, all the new Access radios do not do a D8. They will never do D8. So if you buy a X-Lite, X9 Lite, X-Lite, the new QX7, any of the Access radios, just go ahead and pick up that XJT module or that XJT Lite module or one of the MPMs out there and do yourself a favor. It's just easier that way. Yeah, Travis, so upgrading to 4.2, if you know what you're doing and you back up your configuration, then go ahead and play around 4.2. There's so many people in this hobby that I help out. They're like, I got the quad, it doesn't work. Or what version of firmware is on it? 4.2. I'm like, well, that's not what it came with. Did it ever work? I don't know. People, we're so conditioned to update everything. Update your phones, update your computers, update all the things that when we get the quads, first thing I do is update. It's better off just to make sure it works first. No choice with Access, but I haven't had real issues up to a football field or so in distance. Yeah, and you've probably got a good receiver. And we're just talking about SPI receivers. D16 with like the old Access, or sorry, ACCST, like RXSRs or XM Pluses, stuff works just fine. That radio does D16 all day just fine. It's just the receiver side sucks when it's SPIs. But then again, I've had some that are great, and I've had some that are just hot, stinking garbage. I'm really not sure why. Okay, 9:30. So, all right, let's. If you guys haven't gotten in here and gotten into the drawing, I'll put that up there one more time. Go ahead and hit that up. I'm gonna start populating the wheel here in a minute. Sorry, I can't type and talk at the same time. To give that sucker away, 2 stipulations. One, gotta like and subscribe. I know there's no way of actually paying attention to that or checking it, but I really appreciate it if you would. And if you're outside of the US, I'm gonna have to ask that you pay for shipping. If you're in the US, I'll send it. No big deal. Outside of the US, shipping is just stupid. I don't understand why it's so much to ship outside of the US. So we'll give that a few more minutes. 25 viewers, that's pretty good for me. Again, like I said, I don't do a whole lot of live streams. Travis, yeah, I actually have a Betaflight GTB 339 on the wall right here that is running Betaflight 3.5.4, and it flies great. I don't even want to mess with it. I'll be honest, I'm too busy with other stuff to mess with it. It's more or less just a so many quads and not enough time. Yeah. I get on the one that I really like and I fly the living snot out of it. I definitely like to fly the micros more. It's just easier. I sit down on the swing outside, plug it in, the kids run around the backyard, I'll go fly around her. You know, where's a 5-inch? Yeah, Robert. For some reason, I can get stuff out of Canada into the U.S. and it's like nothing. But if I send something to Canada, it's just stupid. Tell you what, if it's international, I'll work with you on it. I'll cover whatever it would be in the States. I'll take that off the total. It's only fair. Let's see. Yeah, I know. 2 other people are streaming. I just can't. I don't know when I'd find time. My work schedule's 2 on, 2 off. So if I can't get this on Friday and Saturday, it's probably not on the middle of the week. I know Stu's streaming, and I know Bot Grinder's streaming right now. I love both those guys. Stu's the reason I'm in this hobby. Bought my first quad on his recommendation, the Eachine Wizard X220. Man, that thing was a pile of shit. That thing was terrible. Man, that thing was just bursting into flames if you looked at it wrong. But that was about as good as it got back then. Yeah, shipping should be a flat rate everywhere. But then again, you know, I start thinking about shipping as like, I'm going to pay $6 to send this thing anywhere in the U.S. You really think about that. I'm giving this to somebody to schlep this thing across the country for $6. It's pretty good. I mean, it's pretty good. Now, if I send it to anywhere else in the country, it's going to be like $40. And then you got to pay custom fees and then taxes on that. It really sucks. But yeah, dual 4 FPV, it should be the same everywhere. Stu streaming pinballs. I don't even know what that means, but okay, I probably know what that means. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and let's see if I can do the screen share thingamabobber here. Bear with me. $167 responses here. Desktop capture. Hopefully you guys can still hear me. All right, 167 responses here. Go ahead and we'll get all these guys here. All right, fine, be that way. Okay. Let's go ahead and paste this list in here. I guess that pasted nothing. Yep, pasted nothing. Oh, this could not go easy. Why would it? Why on earth would it? Let's see, paste list. There we go. I didn't expect that. All right, does anybody know a place I can do a random picker? They'll do over 100 people. There we go. All right. Oh, let's see. I should probably bring up the chat so I can see what's going on here. Okay. I'm in the list. I don't know if you signed up. You're in the list. I hope you're in there. Let me just make sure. All right. Let's change this to not accepting responses. I'll just double check. Make sure we got 167. Yep, 167. That's everybody. So hopefully you're in there. If not, you know, I give stuff away all the time. So here's the deal. If the person who I pick doesn't want it, I'm going to turn around and give it to one of my patrons. By the way, if you want to become a patron, head over to my Patreon page. Just search for Tweet FPV and Patron or Patreon and sign up. I got tiers as low as $2. I give away stuff there all the time. But if whoever wants this doesn't want it, it's going to go to my patrons. And I guess I should know if this thing works. Oh, I guess that is it. All right. Brian Clevenger. So you are the winner of this FPV crate. It's sub 250 gram. So go ahead and hit me up at tweetfpv@gmail.com and we'll work out the shipping details. I'll give you till Wednesday the 12th. All right. So after the 12th, it's going on to my patrons. Okay. So thank you for thank everybody for coming by and signing up for that. Really appreciate it. I like to give back a little bit. Bogus FPV, how's your brother? My brother's fine. He's got a dog finally, and he bought his first house. His dog had seizures. I think it was the vets are thinking it was a pot overdose. It's legal in Michigan. All right. So I don't know if Brian is in here. If you are, thank you. I should probably write that down. Oh, be right back. Because I will forget who the heck that was. Let's see, Brian Clevenger. Okay, so that is out of the way. And again, I'm sorry about not giving that away sooner like I wanted to. Justin Schrack, yes, it's a Cinewhoop. It's the FPV Cycle CineSplore. Funny name, funny looking quad, funny ducks, and really funny looking motors. So this should be an interesting quad. You know, Travis, I try to be honest as I can be. This is kind of on a tangent. I'll talk about sponsored content. I do work with Banggood. They reached out to me really early in my my YouTube career, back when I was like 1,200 subs in, and they were the first one to send me something to look at for review. Something you'll notice about reviewers is hardly anything is ever like just complete garbage. We all get to pick pretty much what we want to look at. So just looking at specs, if the product looks like garbage, we most of the time will pass on it. My brain is falling apart right now. Oh yeah, all right. So one of the other things I do to try to support this hobby for myself, to try to make it somewhat sustainable, is I've been designing radio grips for FPV radios. I have them for just about every make and model out there except for Spectrum, because, well, I don't really think that they're all that relevant in this hobby. But adds a nice little bit of grip to your radio, front and back. I try to put them in every place that a thumber or a pincher might benefit from a little bit extra grip. They're a little harsh. If you have really soft hands, they're a little bit harsh to start with, but they break in and they add that extra little bit of grip that everybody could use. I don't run a neck strap on anything because of how good these things feel. If you want to get yourself a set, check out my Etsy store. I posted the link right there. Thank you to whoever gave me the reminder to put that on there. I really appreciate it. This color here, this is my signature Tweet FPV blue. It's a blue glitter, and as Little Stellar Fox said, this stuff gives you glurpies. So, I mean, yeah, it's kind of still rubbing off a little bit. So, I mean, whatever. It's a little glitter. Who cares? Yeah, I got them for a bunch of different radios out there. Got purple, pink, Tango 2's in yet. Nope, sorry, Lo. I bought out all the purple glitter material that my supplier has, and they're waiting on getting more. They actually emailed me to ask why the hell I'm buying so much of that stuff, and I told them why. So they're actually upping their stock because I sell a ton of that stuff. Let's see, Wiz FPV. Any chance of sharing the CNC files for your toothpick? What size carbon fiber are you cutting them out of? I believe it was 2.5 mil, and you know what? I would share them with you if they were on this computer, but they're on the other one. And you know what? I'll take the Fusion file and I will put it in. I'll put it in Thingiverse, and anybody can get it. I'll do that tomorrow. Wiz, if you're really serious about it, email me, tweetfpv@gmail.com to remind me, and B, I'll send you the files directly if you want. But having 3D printing is great to kind of mock everything up, and hell, I even flew the 3D printed frames for quite a while, and they fly pretty darn good. Yeah, low fly, pink, purple, don't have them. Actually, I do have like a solid purple if you don't want the glittery stuff. If you want that, text me. You got my number. I can hook you up with that, but not the stuff that I gave you before. I don't have any of that. Pink. No pink. Why don't I have pink? I'm making a note. Thank you, Luis Fernando. I don't know why I don't have pink. Yeah. Beard and Hammer, solid purple. Okay, so just email me and we'll cut Etsy out of the middle. They always take a cut. Or if you want, if you go to Etsy, you can select custom order and just tell me what you want. I do have some solid purple. Yeah, Lo. Yeah, I have plenty of what you're looking for. Like I said, just text me, and I will be getting pink. I don't know why I didn't think about that. My daughter flies her little quad, and I think she'd probably want some pink grips. Not to say that that's a gender thing, but you know, she gravitates towards pink and purple. It's I believe it's nature, not so much nurture. Okay, so back to this quad thing. I'm gonna put this aside. You know what? I'm kind of drowning in stuff here. I have crap piled up everywhere. So, tell you what I'm gonna do. Is sometime in the middle of this stream, I have a bunch of things laying around that I kind of want to pass on to my little tweet friends out there. So, I put a bag review out there a couple weeks ago. I went on a 2-week vacation back home to Michigan, and I broke down what was inside my FPV bag. And the thing that I talked about was a little multimeter, because everybody needs a multimeter. I know so many people in this hobby that don't have one, and y'all are crazy. And it was made by Radio Shack. Clearly Radio Shack is pretty much gone. So I started looking for these little pocket multimeters. Now they don't do amps or anything like that, but it's a single contained unit. It does AC, DC, continuity, diode checking, all that stuff, and the leads are kind of self-contained inside this whole thing. It doesn't take up a ton of space. You know, it's not high voltage rated or anything like that, like my Flukes are, but you know, for your flight bag, these are perfect. So what I think I'll do is, let's do a super chat giveaway. So I'm going to give away this guy, a set of my grips. You know what, I'll figure out how to put that back in there a little bit later, because a set of grips, and I have this bag of quad skids. It's 4 of these injection molded plastic skids, some longer screws, and some LED and race wires. So I'll give one lucky winner all this stuff for let's do a $3 super chat. If you drop your name in the super chat there, $3 will get your name on the list. And I'll send that out to you, just like everything else. I'll eat shipping if you're in the US. If you're not, sorry. Can't give that that RS meter away. It's a relic. RS meter. Polly, all right, we'll see you around. But anyways, so let's move back onto the CineSplore here. We're not getting anywhere quick. So anyways, so we talked about, we got the frame here, and the motors, these are 2203 3450 kV. They're like these weird squashed, really short, really wide motors. And supposedly they're really good in this platform because they're kind of built for this type of quad, for working in these ducts. Sorry, Travis. Yeah, I wish there was something else I could do for you there. Plus shipping would be stupid to your country, probably, unfortunately. But anyway, so I'm going to be using these motors. These are, again, also Bob Rugi's little creation. Flight controller is the Goku F411 AIO. These are supposed to be pretty good. With a Vista. And I went and did some 3D design. See you, Steven, or Travis. We'll see you around. 3D printed a little standoff for the top mounting plate to get the antenna away from everything. And this is one of his spec'd out longer antennas. And I'm going to be using the DJI FPV digital radio with this, so I don't have to mess with trying to come up with a receiver for it. Josh Feltz on the board, $3. Let's make sure I don't miss this. Josh Feltz, thank you so much. Words are tough for me, as you all have seen. It's been a long day. Let's see. Clear all choices. And Josh Feltz, you're on the board. How do I super chat? There should be a, it sounds stupid. There should be like a $sign thing at the bottom of your chat window. If your country supports super chat, not all countries do, and I believe it might just be in the US. So I'm not 100% sure on that one. So anyways, first thing I like to do is get the flight controller out, and we'll go ahead and plug this guy into Betaflight. Oh, there's all sorts of little gummies in here. And I realize I don't have the USB cable. Oh, what a shit show. Oh, my kingdom for a USB cable. What the heck? I'm still here, don't go anywhere. Ha. Got one. All right. Let's see, let's go over to old Betaflight. All right, Betaflight, let's go ahead and plug this guy in and make sure it actually works. And you may see some struggles today. Like I said, this is a brand new computer. I've never hooked anything up to it for Betaflight yet. Oh, look, it's just that easy. So there's a board. She's doing the wiggle woggle thing. Let's see, the orientation is It's actually correct. I don't remember what flight controller I got a hold of just recently where the orientation for the default firmware is nowhere even remotely correct. So cool, that works. We've got a whole whopping 2 UARTs. We're not going to need more than that. So that is good. Ooh, I got to get a second screen on this. Oh, let's see. You want to buy a 5-inch gate hunter frame and canopy off me, man. I would love to, but I'll be honest, that was a pain in the ass to make. My Shapeoko is marginal at best, but I can crank out some pretty good stuff. But there's some hand filing needed to be done to make it work. And I'll be honest, that gate hunter frame, she flew weird. It was very hard to get it to come down in altitude. Like, you give it a little throttle and it just kind of went up, and it just stayed there. It just kind of really slowly wanted to drift its way down. I'm sure a little bit of tuning would have helped that. But it's a cool frame. I really think it is kind of cool. Mahel? Man, names are tough. Hour late. You missed the drawing for the 250-gram FPV crate, but there's still plenty more stuff going on. We're doing a $3 super chat for a set of grips, a pocket multimeter, and a set of quad skids. If you're interested in that, so far we have one person on the board. Okay, what are we doing? Oh, we're building a quad, aren't we? Get off of that. All right. Yeah, you know, Tim, building these things is almost as fun as flying them. I don't really want to admit that, but I actually enjoy building them just about as much as I like flying them. So let's think about where we're going to put this. So clearly we can't put this AIO board in the direction it's supposed to be like that. So we're going to have to do some trickery with Betaflight and its orientation, which it's not that big of a deal. Let's go ahead and prep this board and get these gummies installed. If you've never built one of these before, the gummies, one side is longer than the other. Short end goes up, long end goes down. Oh, really? That's good to know about the WLYL face foam. I actually have a set of that I hacked up to fit my DJIs, and it helped. It still wasn't great, but that's good to know. I might give that a shot. Although my Orca foam is actually holding up pretty good. I don't really... Beard and Hammer RC, thank you. I really appreciate it. I definitely will be having a beer on you for... let's see, what was I saying? Oh yeah, my face foam has actually been holding up really well on my Orcas, and I was using those things daily. I really don't care for the neoprene foam, but I like the leatherette type stuff, and that stuff's holding up pretty darn good. Okay, so issue number one I see with this is the flight controller contacts all the hardware for the frame. So we're going to have some fun with trying to space this stuff off of here. I swear the build process, what takes me the longest is actually just laying out where the stack goes. And it should be the same for you too, because that can make or break the entire build right there. Let's see, these seem awfully long. And there's no good set standard on how to do this. It's kind of a bummer. I really wish things were standardized a little bit, like especially like ESC and flight controller connectors. Like, just because you have a cable that fits, don't trust that unless they came from the same manufacturer, boxed in the same box. And even then, yeah, I wouldn't I wouldn't trust it. I have cooked one flight controller. It was an old Helio Spring 20x20 flight controller. I cooked the MCU because I wasn't paying attention to the pinout, and I pumped VBAT into the motor 4 input or output, however you look at it. Angel FPV, you want Tango 2 grip? I got Tango 2 grip. I have all sorts of grips for Tango 2s. Shoot, that screw's gone, or that nut's gone. Go ahead and check out my Etsy shop if you want to get yourself some foam or some, not foam, some grips. If you want to get some grips, head over there, or you can email me at tweetfpv@gmail.com and we can cut out the middleman. But Etsy's pretty easy. It's easy for me to keep track of everything. I guess shameless plug time here because we're at it. If you want to go over to Facebook, there's the link for Facebook. YouTube, you've probably got it already because you're here. There's my email if you want to hit me up on the side. Just finished a squirt build with capper ducks. I haven't seen that. I think should have went with the CineSplore. You know what? I have a oh, come here. I have a squirt, and I like it, but I just want to try something different. I was going to convert this to digital, but I gotta modify the frame and put some 3D printed stuff in there. So I figured, why not? Let's support Bob, because you know Bob is kind of the man. If you want to buy anything from Get FPV, hit up that link there before you purchase. That'll give me a small cut. And we got to support the evil empire here. Bangers. Don't hate on Banggood too much. They service the world, and not just the U.S. The U.S., we are fortunate to have a shitload of really good hobby shops around us. And finally, if you want to become a patron and get in on the drawings I do over there and whatever other rando stuff I put on there, there is Patreon. Discord. I don't have Discord on this computer. Otherwise, I put my Discord link in there. Just, yeah, find it in one of the videos. Oh, wait, never mind. I got it right here. Duh. Discord. If you have FrSky issues and you need troubleshooting help, Discord is the place to do it. YouTube chat in the videos is awful. From a content creator standpoint, I get about 3 volleys back and forth as far as questions go, and YouTube just stop. They just stop showing me all the messages, and I got to go and dig through the videos to follow up on them. Kind of sucks. I really like using Discord. Works out really well for helping people out. I've helped out more people get their FrSky gear going than I can count at this point. So many of them. Oh, let's see. You like flying that Floss 3 frame, huh, Lo? Floss 3 frame is a good all-purpose racing frame. I even know some people that do more acro stuff with the Floss frame. Being light, I think, is probably better than just about any other way you could be. I've actually started getting the mindset of building light quads, light motors, light frames. And it makes a big difference. Pay for shipping for what? Let's see. What are we talking about here? Let's go back through the chat. Oh, my nose itches. Hey man, someone's got to support the content creation. Trust me, I'm pretty sure I consume more content than I produce. I've met a few YouTube FPV creators that say they've never watched a single FPV video on YouTube. That's bullshit. There's no way. I have questions about a VTX and installing a mic. Okay, yeah. What's your question, FPV Broads? I'm gonna look something up here. Bear with me here. I'm looking something up. Sorry, hamster fell off the wheel there for a second. Let's see, what frame is this? This is the CineSplore. So it's a cinematic CineWhoop style quad, ducted motors, little tiny special 2203 motors. So it's all very specifically spec'd out for this particular build. Let's see. So I'm understanding I can add Crossfire to the Emax Freestyle 2. The pinouts are a little confusing still. Started FPV last November 13th. Been in 3D heli since 2008. 3D heli scare the hell out of me. They just do. Okay, so yes, you can put Crossfire on there. You're not going to get. You're probably not going to get your full Crossfire telemetry where you have. So typically Crossfire does, it's a 4-pin connection. So you've got power and ground, UART TX and UART RX. You're not going to be able to do that. You're probably going to be able to do the TX on S-Bus. So you just won't get telemetry. You'll still get RSSI because that's native no matter what you do. But let's... all right, let's hit pause on this thing. Let's dive into Monocle's question here. So let's see, you've got the Freestyle 2. All right, let's bring up a browser here, and I'll show you how I go about trying to figure this out. Okay, so I'm not gonna be able to see the chat here for a little bit. Again, like I said before, I'm on a single screen computer. Emax, Tiny Hawk, flight controller. Let's see, pinout. I hope you guys are seeing my desktop here. Okay, we can embiggen this a little bit. Okay, so this flight controller, let me bring the chat up here real quick. Okay, so the flight controller here has a FrSky receiver natively built into it, SPI. As long as it's a newer one. There are some older versions of this when the first Emax Tiny Hawk came out that was just S-Bus only. Those things should all be dead by now, I think. But most likely yours is a SPI. So you do have this pad right here. It says S-Bus. So this is, I believe, UART 1. You're going to have, let's see, 5 volts ground and your S-Bus pad. So you're going to go from there. Let's see, TBS. Let's see, images. Oh, let's see. Let's find a good pin out here. So here's our crossfire pin out. So ground 5 volts, and normally we'd use UART TX and UART RX. We're only going to be able to use just an S-bus output. So let's see how to configure S-bus. So you're going to take, let's get rid of that. So you're going to take your power and ground, obviously, and you're going to go power and ground here. And then this one that says S next to it, as long as this is actually printed correctly here, so please do your own research a little bit. You're going to go out from your UART TX to your S-bus pad, because the receiver's transmitting its information, all your stick commands, and the receiver's receiving your information. So TX always goes to RX, RX always goes to TX. You kind of get an idea of what is coming and going, to what pads go, to which wires go to which pads. And I hope I didn't lose you or confuse you yet. That was for Monica's question about Crossfire to the Emax Freestyle 2. Let's see. Low, you know what? Your wish. There you go. Let's see. Best way to mount a TBS Immortal T on a Floss 3. So the right way to mount an Immortal T is like, oh shoot, let me change this back to. So the proper way to mount an Immortal T is like this, up and down at kind of a bit of an angle. That is for optimized radiation pattern, because the way the RF comes off the antenna is straight off the tip, straight up. That's a null. There's very little signal strength there, and same thing on the other tip. There's really nothing. So most people mount them sideways on the arm, like this. And this is more for durability and usability. People mount them like that, so it's kind of flat. So the problem with this is every time you turn towards yourself, and that null, this little null point, points at you, that is the weakest point of the signal. So if you're out there, you're trucking, and you do a turn, and you get that null point, you'll fail safe, possibly. That's why mounting it up and down is better, because no matter where you're turning, there's no null point pointing at you, unless for some reason you do a flip with a null point straight at you. But if you're doing long range, it's very unlikely you'll probably do that. And if you're trying for long range, it's best to put your antenna on the front of the quad. That way you have the lowest signal strength as you're going away from you. Because nothing is worse than having the antenna on the back and having great signal all the way out there, and as soon as you turn, your battery blocks you, and there you go. It's kind of like you always head out into the wind first, so you have the wind at your back on the way back. Sorry, wall of quads over there. Let's see. Yeah, Monocle, if you want a little more one-on-one information on how to do that, S-Bus wise, hit me up in Discord. Like I said, Discord's a great place to do that. And they're very tiny pads to solder to on that board, so you got to be on your A game. Okay, FPV Bros. So I want to install a mic onto my VTX, but I don't know where I can solder splice into my VTX. Well, I think I do, but I'm not sure. I'll mess things up. The VTX connections are all pre-made. Which VTX do you have? We'll start there. Let's see. Mine on the side across motors 3 and 4. Yeah, on average, that's low. That's a good place to put it. It works. You won't be doing like long range, although long range is illegal, right? Right? Yeah, we all got our hand licenses too, right? Yeah. You won't be getting the most range you can get out of it if it's on the ends of the arms being in the horizontal plane. The other problem with putting them vertical is it typically gets caught in the props. For racing, I've gotten away from the Immortal T's, and I've been using the VAZ PCB based antennas. I have terrible RSSI sitting on the starting blocks, but this thing is going nowhere. My biggest gripe about 900 megahertz in racing is there was 2 reasons I didn't finish a heat. 1, I ejected a battery. 2, I chopped a little itty bitty bit off my antenna, and you land in the grass, you lose your RC link, and you're done. Honestly, for racing, I think 2.4 is probably the better choice for the average racer. Unless you're like pro level, you need every little bit of advantage you can get. 900 megahertz, go for it. The average person racing, 2.4. All day, every day. You can take a 2.4 gigahertz antenna like this. You can wad this antenna up. You could cut the damn thing off, and it'll probably still work. Archer M Plus, by the way, right there. If you haven't seen the video, it's a pretty good little receiver. But anyways, 2.4 is so much more robust. There's no silver bullet for RF if crappy antenna placement is what you're gonna do. What is the giveaway? So the giveaway, we already gave away the sub 250 gram Get FPV crate. The other one, the super chat giveaway, is it's this this pocket digital multimeter. Let me put this thing away, make it look nice, because everybody needs a multimeter. Everybody needs one out in the field for sure. All right, I'm not gonna mess with putting that away, but it folds up into a nice little little thing. I just gotta jam the meter leads back in there. One of these, some FPV quad skids, race wires, and arm LEDs, and a set of my grips. $3 super chat gets you on the list. Let's see. I'll get you a link. All right, FPV Bros, I'll make you a mod. Go ahead and post that link down in the comment doobly-doo thing down there, and we'll check it out together. I'd rather help you guys with your tech questions than build this thing anyways. Seriously, I would. I teach at work. Teaching is kind of my passion. I don't teach kids because I want to strangle them. Even though I got one of my own, I want to strangle her all the time too. No, not really. I love her, but I love teaching, and so my background is I've been a Motorcycle Safety Foundation rider coach trainer for about 10 years now. I take that very serious. I love teaching people how to safely operate a motorcycle and make the right decisions not to kill themselves. I teach flight instruction at work. I've been teaching my daughter all summer because of the thing that shall not be named. All right, let's see. FPV Bros, you posted a description. All right, let's go to there, and let's see, which ones it look like. Let's see, Angel FPV, can I mount my Immortal L antenna inside my top plate with the stacks? You can. You're not going to get far. Immortal L it's bad. So Immortal, so the L configuration, hang on one second. So FPV Broads is, ooh, what happened there? Is this the VTX you're talking about? Just let me know in the chat down there. Let's see, Angel FPV. So the L antenna configuration, that was from 2.4 gigahertz because with 2.4 gigahertz receivers, and I'm sure you know this, but in case somebody else in the chat doesn't, each antenna is its own send and receive sensing element. So this is completely independent of this one. So if you put them in an L configuration, where your null's at, you have one null to the sky and one behind you. So no matter what orientation a quad is, you're never with both nulls pointing at you. So you always have a signal. The Immortal T, this is one antenna. You have two planes in there. This entire thing, its optimal configuration is stretched out straight like this. When you put it in an L, and I think these are quarter wavelengths, so this is 1/4 of a wavelength. So if this was one wave, the antenna would be 4 times the size of this. So when you take this and you move it to this, you're getting maybe a 1/8 wave if you get it perfectly straight. It has a really bad RF coverage, but if you're doing it for practical purposes, for not clipping the ends of your antennas and fail-safing, you're not going to get the range. The question would be then, why not just do 2.4 gigahertz and not have to worry about that? Then again, if you have a Tango 2, you got to use Crossfire. Sorry, I'm going off on a weird tangent there. Immortal L, I know Steele uses it. He doesn't crash though. So it'll work, but then you start stuffing it inside your stack and you don't leave those antennas perfectly straight. And it's got to be perfectly straight from where they're kind of soldered together. It may work a little bit, but your range is going to be super, super questionable. Hey, what's up? I got a little visitor. Let's see, where are we at? Oh yeah, Robert, the going into CPPM mode. Do you need to go outside? All right, guys, I'll be right back. I gotta let her outside. Oh yeah, all right, let's go. Okay, that was quick. Let's see, where are we at? It's for my race quads. It might work. It might work. It may get to the point where once you touch down on the ground, there'll be enough attenuation from the earth that you won't be able to get back up. But obviously it's going to be some trial and error in testing it. Those flat PCB based antennas, the range isn't great on them, but they're probably better than wadding an antenna up under your stack. Again, it's all trial and error. Plus 900 megahertz can play hell on your VTX. So if once you arm, you get these weird, once your radio comes on, you get these weird like bars that go across your screen. That's 900 megahertz messing with your VTX. Obviously it's best to keep your VTX and your RC antenna as far away as possible. We're flying things that are this big, so it's kind of hard to, but just another thing to watch for. Let's see, FPV Broads. Okay, so let's go back over to this guy here. The question was, how do I wire up a let's see, more pictures. What is going on here? Banggood, why you do that? Okay, here we go. Here's some better pictures. Stand by. Trying to think about how would you wire a microphone into that. Let's see if we can find a pinout for this thing. Or not spell. There you go. Pinout. Images. Boy, Google's great. That didn't help at all. You know, geez, I'd have to find a pinout for how this is set up. So let's see, it's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wires. So you're gonna have power ground, video in, probably smart audio, and what is that guy? I don't know why it's got 5 wires. So one of these might be an audio line. I gotta think about that one. It's been a long time since I put a microphone in a quad. I always put them in my Goggle modules. Let's see. Oh, he said it's down on the layout. Let's see, let's scroll down. Oh, there we go. Okay, oh, so it's got a pit switch. So audio, the way TBS used to do it before they had a dedicated audio pad is you just splice into that wire. So back in the day, like I'm talking like Betaflight 3.0, so you have let's do okay, let's see, are we still on? Okay, we're still doing that. Okay, so what you would do, and I'm just going to draw this in red because it's going to show it the best. So this is your audio pin here. You're going to go to your UART. This is coming from your UART TX pad, because this is sending information to this on the audio line. The audio line is what carries your, I'm assuming this is probably smart audio for the VTX switching. And what you'll do is you'll take your microphone and you'll splice your microphone out into there. Plus then you also have your 5 volts and your ground from your microphone going to there. Can you guys see me again? Please tell me you can see me. Let me know in the comments if I'm still there. Oh my God, that worked. I actually just shut my entire computer off because the whole thing locked up. Wow, I am really surprised that worked. Okay, I'm not on the screen. Am I on the screen now? I should be. Oh my God, I can't believe that worked. Wow. Yeah, I thought we lost that one there. Okay, so if you guys could in the chat let me know what was no, that was my computer just completely locked up, like Control Delete, none of that. I actually had to shut the power off to it, and somehow I managed to pick this back up. Wow. Anyways, let me know where we left off, where you could see. I was working on the whiteboard diagram of where to hook up your audio wire for who was I working with? FPV Broads. Oh yeah, 5 volt. Okay, so we're right there. So like I was saying, just splice into that audio wire. You can take it right to the pad on your flight controller where you connect it, unless you're using that that actual plug on both ends. Then just cut it and solder the 3 wires together, and you should be fine. Yep, the smart audio line will share. So the way smart audio works is it sends like have you ever tried to log into like YouTube on a smart TV and it says, hey, pick up your phone, and then hit connect to TV? It's using like high frequency tones out of your TV or something like that to talk to your phone. And that's how smart audio works. In a very basic nutshell, that's kind of how it works. But yeah, okay. So hopefully that works for you, FPV Broads. Okay, let me roll back here, see if anybody else had any other questions. And the only microphone I would recommend using is the Rush Racing ACG microphone. It has automatic gain control on it. It is really nice. And that's if you really want to listen to quad audio. Something that I found that was actually way more useful is to actually splice that microphone, into your audio output line on your receiver module. So when you record your DVR, you have ambient audio. This has been more useful than anything I've done in a long time. I came up with this mod about, I think it was like the end of last year I came up with this. And now I see everybody's doing it. Even TBS has been getting requests to make it so they could disable audio in the module, because this one on the old firmware I had actually desolder and remove the audio pin because there was no way to disable it in software. And I know a lot of people are having issues with weird sound in their DVR, and I think that might be a power issue from the Fat Shark DVR, because that thing is just hot garbage. But oh, my white balance is all messed up on this camera now. Let's see, let's try to fix this. There we go. That's better. All right. Let's see. Back to the chat. Cellice, welcome to the live stream, buddy. Really appreciate you being here. He's one of my my longtime. I mean, this guy has been freaking grinding away at the FPV game. He's only been in it for a little while. He was posting videos like every day of his progression, and not just his progression, but he's getting his kids and his wife, his whole family into it, which, oh boy, that can be a struggle right there. But your kids really seem to be picking up on it pretty darn quick. Props to you, buddy. Change that battery in your smoke detector, please. Oh, that just like hits my OCD. Would you like to check out my YouTube channel? Sure thing. Let's see. Yeah, I got the Rush ACG mic. Yeah, it is tiny. It's the only microphone worth using out there, and it's so cheap. I don't know how anybody could make a competitor to that. I'm like, why would you? It's just, I mean, who's gonna gain on that market? Raven187, hey, thanks a lot, buddy. I really appreciate it. I appreciate you and everybody else in here. Let's see. So, where were we? Building a quad, right? Yeah, we were building this thing. Okay, so that's gonna go there. The old Vista. By the way, I know there's a lot of hate and discontent towards DJI. Don't get hung up on brands, guys. I'm telling you, if you are die hard for one brand, one team, one thing, Tim, I have no idea how I managed to shut the computer off, turn it back on, and manage to pick right up on the same live stream. I think I just got lucky. And now I understand why, like the big like gaming streamers, they use a 2 PC setup. So one's got their game on it, and the other one's got the the streaming part running on it. But anyways, back to DJI. I know there's a lot of hate and disconnect towards DJI, but I'll be honest with you, DJI is really good. They keep releasing new firmware that does more and more and more. Mahail, is that how you say your name? I don't want to keep saying it wrong. I think it's Mahail. Orca customer support. I have a buddy who had a Orca where the module bay pins pushed in. They sent him a DHL pick pack from, or a ship tag back to Croatia. I think he had it back in a little over, Radek. Okay, Radek. A little over a week, like a week and a half, maybe 2. It was enough to get it back to him in time for the race he had coming up. But I want to show you guys something real quick. I'll be right back. So I've got some goodies here I want to show you guys. So if you're an Orca fan or you've been paying attention to any of that, you'll know they've had an issue where their module bay pins have been kind of falling into the goggles. Well, here's the module pins. And if you look at the back here, all that holds them in is a little bit of solder bridging. There's no mechanical retention for those bay pins. So, Orca owners out there, be very gentle and don't take your modules out any more than you have to, because once these solder bridges start to break, it's over. Your module only really uses like 4 or 5 of these things for the most part, but that is the Orca board that holds it together. The Orcas are the goggle built out of foam tape, and there's a lot of foam tape components in there. This is... Oh, them Orca boys aren't going to like me when I get my goggles back. The going theory on all the forums is that you can't take Orca goggles apart because you need special tools. That's a bunch of bullshit. The little tiny fart fan for the Orca goggles. So here's the problem with the Orcas. This is the thing I don't like about them. I like just about everything about them, especially now that they got their firmware to where it's supposed to be. I don't like the fact that they are very like, no, you can't take them apart. Send them to us. We'll fix them. A, it takes time. B, it's not good for the planet. Like sending that package from here in southern Alabama all the way back to Croatia and back because of some shoddy stitched goggle straps doesn't make a lot of sense. Doesn't make business sense. It almost seems unethical to me. And this is just my thoughts. Feel free to disagree. Plenty of people do, and we can disagree and we can still be okay together. I'm not that kind of person. Whereas the Fat Sharks, they're like, hey, here's how you take it apart to replace the fart fan, or to fix this, or to replace this part, or to change this out. And they're like, no, we want to keep all our stuff in-house and keep our secrets to ourselves. It doesn't make sense. Not unless they have like service centers in every country. You got to be able to take them apart. And I'll be honest, they're actually very easy to take apart. And I will have a video on that eventually as soon as I get the shells back from the magic treatment they're having done to them. I wish I could put my Sky O2C fan in it. Yeah, no kidding. Like the fan is so anemic in those goggles. The DJI ones you turn on and it dries your eyes out. That thing is so stinking strong. And like the last thing in the firmware that I would really like is the fan would just come on automatically. But there's 2 fans in there. Once that system cooling fan comes on, that just drowns everything out. That thing is so loud, and the fart fan is so anemic. And I'll be honest, I think they installed it backwards, or at least on mine. So when I got them apart, if you looked at the orientation of the the fan, it was in a pull configuration, so it's pulling air across the lenses rather than pushing it through, which every other manufacturer pushes. They're all pushing. They're pulling. I don't know if they're... Sorry, stuff's moving on my shelf and it's worrying me. I don't know if they put them in backwards or if they designed it to work that way, but I got a feeling I'm going to put mine in the other direction. Yeah, the fan speed is just, there's so many steps of adjustment. Hey Brent, how's it going, man? Nice of you to stop by. But yeah, gut of the orcas. Brent, I don't know if you just saw that picture I posted, or the thing I just showed everybody, but that was the module bay pins that broke on your goggles. So UT Vol, he was the guy I was talking about that had a set of orcas that the module bay pins fell in on. All right, so back over to this thing. So anyways, long story short, DJI, yeah, it's controversial, but they're doing good things. I don't think they're here to take over the entire industry, because if they were, they would have a race mode and they'd have a spectating station and all that stuff. Then they'd be way more competitive in this this game. So, all right, more thoughts. DJI wants to be competitive. They have to come out with a firmware for race mode where it transmits once to whatever band you select, and the RC or the signal is a fixed latency. It can be higher latency, but it has to be fixed. It can be at the detriment of picture quality, which would be fine. The latency in the goggles, the variable latency is what throws me off the most about them. And it is quite noticeable at times. If they made a fixed latency and like a race mode where it just transmits once instead of constantly transmitting back and forth, because the DJI doesn't play well with analog right now, because when you plug the goggles in, the goggles start up at channel 8, and then it starts looking for your quad and whatever. Like once it finds the one that it's paired to, then it goes, oh, and then it looks for other channels, and then it shifts to which one. So their goggles are talking back and forth. If you can make the goggles not transmit, where you can like somehow maybe even plug a phone into the air unit and say, hey, I want to be on DJI 1, and then your goggles will come on and they'll just listen, and they'll listen for DJI 1. And you'll just have to tell it to go there. I don't know. I'm sure I'm making it way more simple than it actually is, but I think that's how they could get more into the racing market. FPV Roads, you have one on order. You have one what on order? The plug goes right to the Rush from the Magnum. I think it's pinout is correct. Yeah. Yeah, so DJI basically auto scans. It scans for the VTX that you're paired to, and then it scans the rest of the spectrum to figure out who else is flying, and then it manages the spectrum by itself. Whereas I think if you let us manually do it, like we do with analog right now, I think we could get analog and digital to play together. FPV Broads, no, you do not want to fly the DJI system. You'll end up buying it. I'm telling you, it is that good. The goggles are a hot mess. Like, they either fit you or they fit the side of a wall. I don't know who they designed it after. Like, I'd like to see the person's face that they that they modeled it after, but I don't know anybody who it fits well. But the DJI system is it's really good. And then now with the 50 megabit system, where now it actually has double the bit rate, has half the channels that they can use. Has half the channels, but my goodness, it looks so much better. Like, it already looked better than anything else out there, hands down. No way. People say, oh, analog can look just... No, they're full of shit. It can't. It cannot look as good as DJI. It looks even better now. is really good. And like I said, DJI keeps releasing new firmware, and it just keeps getting better and better and better. I'm really curious where they're going to go with this, and I'm really confused as to why they're in our hobby, because our hobby, it's not that big. I'll be honest. I mean, we'll be honest. It's a pretty niche hobby, and for them to be developing an entire product just for us, my thought is that we're guinea pigs for other things. Like, this is other technology that they're trying to move into other parts of tech. Size flying box goggles, and I love them as long as I'm flying. Can't wait to upgrade. I'll be honest, you might be disappointed when you go to a set of like regular goggles. A lot of like lifelong boxers, yeah, we'll call you guys boxers. Once they get into flying like DJI, or not DJI, but Fat Shark style goggles, they're like, oh, it's not as immersive. It's way clearer and it's better in almost every other aspect, but instead of seeing like this much, you're now seeing this much, right? It's darts. Have you tried the Newbie drone foam for DJI? Newbie drone foam? I didn't know they had Newbie drone foam. I have the DJI Comfort. I'm looking at the wrong camera here. Guys, let me know. I've got the DJI Comfort Kit. It's like a memory foam type of foam, and this is the best thing I've found so far. It fits really well. There's a lot of space around my nose, but it doesn't bother me while I fly, and it's comfortable. The only thing I don't like about it is it does tend to make the screens a little bit in a more upward orientation. So as I'm flying, I can feel myself doing this while I'm flying. Whereas if it was looking down, you'll see people start to dip their head down. But that's about the only thing. So I have to actively remind myself, stop looking up, stop looking up, stop looking up. But the cool thing is you can reduce the screen size and you can move it around in your field of view in the goggles. That's how functional these are the things people don't talk about. So you can take your signal or your video, instead of being 16 by 9, everything, you can bring it down a couple steps, and then you can move it down in your field of vision, or you can move it up. You can move it. I don't know if you can move side to side, but I know you can move it up and down. So a lot of versatility here, and plus with that this ultra low profile rapid fire module cover thing I got on it, these things fit in the original bag with the short antennas. I have to take antennas off. Obviously I gotta take these off, but it travels well. I hate having a LiPo in my pocket, so Ethic strap with the 2-cell 18650 pack that I made for it. I'll be honest, if you can only buy one goggle, that should be it. Let's see, so can I buy the goggles first from DJI and then use a module bay to use Fat Shark? Absolutely, yes, absolutely. The only gotcha you have with it is when you lose complete signal, it'll show you the DJI splash screen, and then it'll come back. So if you're flying in a really tough RF environment, you may get tripped up by it. It won't just turn to snow like it normally does. It won't just stay there. Once it detects there's like no signal coming from the module, it'll roll the DJI splash screen. So it's just black, says DJI on it, and then it'll come back. So like with a rapid fire, if I start like flicking through the channels on the module, every time I flip to a completely snowed out channel, it'll go beep, and then all I see is the splash screen, and then it'll come back, and then it'll beep. So that's one of the limitations. That's something that they could work on. Do they make DJI goggles like that for people with glasses? Well, they don't make anything different, and I don't have glasses to know if... that's a good question. I don't see any provisions for diopters in here, but they are kind of big. And that may be why they're so flat. That's kind of the issue with them, is if you look at how the faceplate is, it's very like flat and then a little bit of angle and a little bit of angle. And maybe that way to help accommodate for people with glasses. I know Albert Kim, he's another YouTuber. If you don't know who he is, I'd be shocked. He wears glasses and he flies DJI. And I would imagine he's probably wearing them over his glasses. But again, just a guess. Hobby King Quantum V2s, yeah, solid goggle. Those things work great. Nerdcopter. Never understood the desire for high bandwidth. Always just wanted lower color depth to get the image to be faster. Record more. Yeah. I'm gonna grab something to drink real quick. I thought I brought something to drink. Oh, yep, there it is. Sorry guys, lots of talking. Throat's getting dry. Let's see. Never understood. Yeah, the high. I would rather have higher or lower latency and a lower quality image. But with the DJI goggles, you can pick a high quality mode and you have tons of latency, but the picture is just it's GoPro in your face. It is so good, but the latency is so high on it. It does get very hard to fly like really tight proximity. And then you go to low latency and the picture's a little bit blockier, but the latency is low, much lower. So clearly they have the ability to trade one for the other. I was scared of me mini giggle. Yeah, on my Discord, I posted a video. My little 6-year-old girl had an old 1981 Suzuki JR50. It's a bike I learned to ride on. It's a bike my brother learned to ride on. My parents have saved the thing in their basement, and we brought it back down from Michigan for my daughter to ride. And I posted a video on my Discord of her riding around, and she just right into the metal fence, which is exactly the first place I crashed when I was a kid, and it's the first place my brother crashed, and it's the first place my sister crashed, was into a fence. So she's just fulfilling the long tradition. Let's see. All right, so a little bit of business again. Let's see, we were doing a $3 super chat for a multimeter, some quad skids, and a set of grips. Josh, you are the only person on the board. If anybody else wants to get in on that, go ahead and hit it up. And if nobody else does, then you may have won yourself some stuff. I thought I had a dog scratching at the door. I've actually just got bugs hitting the door so hard it sounds like a dog scratching at it. Man. Let's see. Here we go. Radic, I will make you a moderator. So now you can go ahead and post a link down in there. Go ahead and do that. What part of Michigan? I'm from Howell. So about 30 minutes north of Ann Arbor. I used to work out in Detroit, so I used to drive from Howell to Mount Clemens every day. Yeah, 75 miles each way, and it was mind-numbing. But I miss it. I miss the weather. I miss everything about it. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at this. Nope. Has anybody noticed like this cookie warning on like every web page they go to all the time now? Okay, so corrective lenses for the DJI goggles. So if these are available, I would assume that is it RHO? RHO lens. I would imagine that these guys. Oh yeah, here we go. These guys make custom corrective lenses. Well, there you go. So these guys make the best diopters, especially if you have you need custom prescription ones. These guys make the best ones in the game. Let's see, where am I at? Oh boy, I'm falling apart here. There we go. So whoever it was that was looking for, all right, so at check these guys out. Hit them up. They make custom corrective lenses for goggles. Yeah, I mean, I wish I could just opt out of it. Like, I don't care. Send me cookies. I don't give a shit. I would rather just have it and not have to click that stupid banner all the time. But I'm probably not the average person though. But yeah, Jeremy, check out RHO Lens. And as Radek said, it's in there. They do make the adapters, or if you just need a magnification, you can just get the lenses from DJI or one of the many retailers across the country, or whatever country you're from. I guess I shouldn't assume where you're from. Check that out. Like with the old Fat Shark HD3s, I have a 2015 prescription, both eyes. I had to put a +2 diopter in there to see everything clear, like edge to edge. And those things were really nice. And then OLED came along and that changed everything. All right. Let's see. What if we don't have any accounts to do super chat? PayPal. Stand by. Let me. Looking. I have a list of links here. I'm trying to find it. Let's see. I'll do this. All right. You can PayPal me $3 if you don't have the ability to do super chat. Go ahead and hit it up there, and I will drop your name on the list. Just let me know when you send it, so I know to check. All right. I guess we can keep on plugging away at this thing. Okay, so again, like I said, it's going to be using the Vista unit. Same sort of deal up here. The Vista unit is going to contact all the hardware, so we're going to have to space it off with some more standoffs, or not standoffs, but maybe just a bolt and a nut. All right. Let's see. Hopefully that gives me enough clearance here for the air unit. And it actually does. It just clears. It's almost like it was designed for it. Wink, wink, right? Well, dropping hardware. Yeah, so I'm hoping you and your family are doing good, staying safe. Went through another mandatory 14-day vacation from work. Not my fault there, but just doing what they tell me to do. I don't know how things are with. All right, so my folks that aren't in the U.S., what is going on where you live about kids going back to school. And remember, I'm working with my my very limited American knowledge of what goes on in other countries. In the U.S., most of the kiddos take most of the summer off from school before they go back. Monocle FPV, $3.99. You're going on the list. All right. So, Joe, welcome. What are those mid-arm holes for? I missed that. Mid-arm holes. These ones? They're for motors. Is that what you're talking about? These ones? Oh, so you're doing the homeschool thing. So, all right. So, back to what I was saying. So in the U.S., kids take summer off, then they go back to school. So most schools are kind of up in the air about when they're going to go back to school, how they're going to go back to school, what it's going to look like. My folks in the chat, if you're still there, that are from other countries, being Canada or wherever, what does it look like where you're at as far as continuing education for the youngsters? Kind of curious what's going on. Craft King, hello, welcome to the live stream. Radic, that is a great idea. Australia, my son goes to school, but next state is locked down, so it looks like we will too soon. Okay, so you guys are just starting a lockdown, or are you locking down again? My family and my wife's family, they're all in Michigan, and they've been locked down, released, locked down, released, and then locked down again. The governor there, and they have some of the lowest reported cases, and there's a lot of weird stuff going on. And again, I'm not even going to pretend I know all the facts. Things are just weird. I know here, my daughter's going back to school. Random stuff just fell off the wall. Okay, that's weird. She's going back down to, she's going to school, but she's in a class of 15, and 5 of them are opting to do virtual learning. So she's in a class of 10. And it's first grade, so you know it's youngsters. So I don't know. It's weird. It's just weird. Second lockdown. Oh man. So I would assume that means that cases have started to spike again. Because the assumption, if you ask most people who don't pay a lot of attention in this country, is that we're doing everything wrong and everywhere else in the world is doing just fine. But I don't see that being the case. Monocle, I do need guidance on installing the Rush Ultimate on an Emax Magnum flight controller. Emax Magnum. Let me look that up. All right, that's not what I said. All right, Emax Magnum. Emax Magnum Mini, is that the one you're talking about? What we got? Oh yeah, Josh. Yeah, kids are absolutely disgusting, and you know, at least here they're saying like people 2 and up are to wear masks. Like I can't get my daughter to keep shoes, socks, and pants on throughout the day. There's no way I'm keeping a mask on her. and of course it's not the kids that typically get sick, but they bring it home. I don't know. It's not the mini, the 30 by 30. So we're talking this guy here. Let's see. Monocle. So it's probably this one. Well, yeah, New Zealand. I think they got. I think they got out ahead of it pretty quick, and they locked things down pretty hard. And good on them. I think they have they're of the size that they can do that. Okay, so this is the one, and you're trying to wire up a, what are we doing? Rush Ultimate. Oh, I could just, that's even easier. P-I-N-O-U-T. Images. Go away. No thanks. Go away. You're not helping things. There we go. Okay, so the question is how to wire this to the Magnum. Okay, so let's see, we're gonna go, what are we doing? All right, so 5 volt and ground, that's gonna go 5 volt and ground here, these two pads here. Video out, this is gonna be, so all right, okay, so oh no, this is the tiny tank. They tricked me. Where is the ultimate? Let's see, monocle. Is this the VTX that you're looking at using? And is this the flight controller? Oh, darn it! You said it wasn't the mini. Let's see, where is this at? AMAX Magnum. Okay. Yeah, businesses are still locked down everywhere. It's weird. Okay, monocle. I think this is the flight controller you're talking about. And so they piggyback one of their VTXs on top of there. So if this is the VTX you're planning on using, you've got power and ground, or these two at the end here. So DC, and this basically takes darn near all voltages. So you can go right to VBAT with this, or you can use the 5 volt back. No, you can't use the 5 volt back because this one only goes down to 7. So power and ground, take those straight to right here, ground and VCC. No, not VCC. I would just take those right to your main discharge leads on your ESC or your PDB if you're running a PDB instead of ESC. So I would take power and ground right to those. And then your smart audio. Let's see, your receiver is going to be on RX1, so that means we can't use RX and TX1. I'm assuming if you're running an FR Sky receiver, you're going to use S-Bus, so that's going to occupy UART1. So we can't use UART1. So take UART3 TX. Yeah, UART3 TX, and stick that to your smart audio. And then your video is going to go to this pin here, your video out. Yeah, video. Sorry. So power and ground, smart audio, and then video. This is video in. You're going to take that to your video out here. And if you wanted to power your camera off your VTX, which I don't recommend doing because these typically don't have a very clean power delivery system compared to the flight controllers, you can take this to your camera 5 volts out and ground, but I would be more inclined to use these pads here. I hope that was all the right stuff. Monica, let me know if those were the right parts there. Yeah, Josh Phelps. I know a lot of people who like I don't know what they're going to do when it comes time to having to send their kids, well, not send their kids to school, or like families who both parents work. Like they're either gonna have to work off schedules, or one of them's gonna have to stop working if kids don't go back to school. It's a really weird, shitty situation all around. Craft King #1, yep. Rush makes really good VTXs. I'll be honest, the VTX of choice for me right now is this guy. If I'm not doing digital, it's this one. This is the super cheap eSheen VTX, because I primarily race, and 25 milliwatts is about all you need, or it's about all you can use, and weight savings and space is paramount. So cheapo eSheen VTX. This thing's kind of a well-kept secret. It's a very good VTX for the price. Performs just as good as a Unify as far as I'm concerned. Oh, see, Rush Tank 2 Ultimate. Let's see, just duck capture. Okay, so let me know if this is the right flight controller. I think it's the one you're talking about. Ah, that one. Okay, I got you. Okay, so this is the, okay, so we got the right flight controller and we got the right VTX now. All right, so I see why Bar Roll doesn't do this. No, I'm more than happy to help anybody out. So let's see. Let's see. Power and ground, 7 to 36 volts. So you can't use a 5 volt regulator to power this. So 5 volts and ground, you're going to take to, I would take to VCC and ground. So they do VCC and ground, and it looks like there must be a pad to bridge for. No, I guess that's it. So VCC and ground, take these two to here. Data, which is your smart audio, take that to TX6. 5 volt and ground, these are for powering your camera if you want to do that. Again, I don't recommend that. I would just hook your camera up to 5 volts and ground here. And then video in is going to be V out. I hope that makes sense. I would do another whiteboard one, but that's when my computer crashed, so I'm kind of leery to do that again. But anyways, yeah. So power and ground to your VTX, video out to your VTX, TX6 to your VTX, 5 volt and ground to your camera. The grounds can all be shared. Every ground on your flight controller, they can all go to the same pad. Sometimes you'll get a little bit of noise, but for the most part, it won't make a difference. All right, so let's see, it's 11:18, so how about 11:30? I'll spin the wheel on the grips, the multimeter, and the quad skids, LEDs, and the race wire board. So someone in the chat, you guys, remind me about 10 minutes, and we'll roll that guy back over to this thing here. So that's going to go there. This is actually going to be a really easy quad to build because, like I said before, I spend most of my time trying to figure out how to build up the flight stacks. I've actually never built one. Nope, never mind. I take that back. I had built one with separate stacks. That was a Armatan Gecko, but that thing was tight build. Am I on the list? Bogus FPV. Did you got monocle? And what was that? That was, yep, I got monocle and top chat. What time is it for me? It's 11:20. Let's see, Borges FPV. So it was a $3 super chat, gets you on the wheel to spin for that the little grab bag thing I got going on here. Right now, the two names I have are Josh Feltz and Monocle FPV. John Larson, welcome to the super chat. John Larson, a longtime patron of mine. Thank you, brother. Yeah, Alabama is an hour behind Michigan. The dividing line kind of goes off at a little bit of an angle, so we are in Central Time, or as they call it here, slow time. Is it a patron giveaway? Is it patron giveaway? No, it's a super chat giveaway. William Barlow. Oh, let's see. Let's catch back up on the chat. Learn how to connect and get smart audio. Now, smart audio, there's 2 different protocols out there, so you got to be careful which one you're using. Not that it'll hurt anything, but you just got to pay attention whether you're doing Tramp protocol or smart audio, and usually just looking up your manufacturer of your VTX. John Larson, $5. It's a $3 super chat to get in on the wheel. It's for a little pocket multimeter, kind of like the one I had in my my flight bag review. Unfortunately, it doesn't say Radio Shack on it. I wonder why. A set of grips and a bag of quad skids, LEDs, and race wires. $3 super chat. William Barlow, I am building a CineSplore with the Stan FPV printed ducts specifically made for it, and the FPV Cycle 2203 3450 kV motors. And I'll be honest, I'm very, very excited to try flying these things. I've never seen a motor like this, and I've never flown. Well, obviously, I've never flown a motor like this if I haven't seen one. But these things are really unique. Monster bearings, really squashed stator. $3. And I'm building it with a Vista unit. I think it's the Goku F411, and I'm going to use the DJI remote for the RC control. Let's see. Let's go to. Boom. Oh, that's not what I wanted. John Larson. John Larson is on the wheel. Let's see. Borges FPV on the wheel. It starts on the wheel. All right. Josh Phelps, man, you were a shoo-in for a while. All right, we'll give it a couple more minutes here. Let the entries get in there, and we'll roll that one. Josh Borges, it starts. John Larson, again, everybody, thank you so much. Thanks for stopping by to the live stream. I want to try to do this a little more frequently, but my work schedule has been chaotic, to say the least, as far as my work schedule goes. But hopefully that'll all be going back to normal. I want to try to do this either on Friday or Saturday. I know on Friday, Stu and Bot Grinder typically are streaming kind of at the same time. And I thought so. I got the same motors. Haven't figured out what I want to try to put them on yet, though. A ultralight 4-inch, 5-inch build. Hey, Mary. I got another dog visiting me. They only come down here when they want to go potty. All right, be back 1 second. Hey, Mary, on my side. There you go. We foster dogs, so we have, in the 3 years I've lived here in Alabama, we've fostered, I think, almost 20 different dogs, including puppies, just to get them out of the system down here and put on transport to go up north to people who want them. And Mary, she's a Plot Hound pit bull that nobody wanted, so she's a foster fail. And she is just a big, stupid, gentle dog. Oh, let's see. You're doing a great job so far. Be proud. Oh, thanks, Boris. Appreciate it. But yeah, so far this looks like it's going to be a very simple build. I was worried about the standoff height, but the long screws and the extra nuts they put in there help just make everything just barely clear. It's kind of hard to see on the Vista unit, but just that one nut on the screw there. Puts it right off top of the sorry, the nut inserts that are in this. And the nice thing about this frame is they went ahead and pretty much installed all the insert nuts before I got it. I know a lot of people. John Larson, we've considered fostering kids, but me and my wife, we're too busy. We're both in the service, and we are, you know, we're at the beckoning call any day, anytime. So it's hard to do that to a kid, but I'm sure it would be better than whatever situation they're in. But dogs are easier, I'm sure. But anyways, yeah. So the nut plates were already installed. The stand FPV ducts, I had to insert the little M2 brass inserts. Really easy, just low heat on the soldering iron and just kind of push them home. So those are pretty easy. These are 3D printed. I believe they're PETG. I really hope they're PETG and not PLA. Yeah, they have a little bit of flex to them, so they're probably not PLA. So let's just keep on building this thing. Let's see. So power leads. I think I'll probably just use the chunk of wire that came with it. A little tip, if you do get a board that already has a pre-soldered XT60, double check, make sure it's soldered right. A buddy of mine got one, it was pre-soldered, he hooked it up to his board, fried it instantly. The factory soldered the wires up backwards to the plug. Something you wouldn't think about having to look for, but you do. All right, and 3-inch wouldn't be bad. They're definitely very specifically made for the cinematic style quads, but I mean, you can put them in whatever you want. But I have, sorry, I have a squirt, a Shendrone squirt, and I'm really curious to see what the flight performance difference is. And this has got to be better because these are all very, like this whole thing's very specifically picked out for that build. So a little soldering tutorial. Doing my XT60 first. 850 degrees in freedom units here. I go hot and I go quick. Dwell time is what kills pads, so. There you go. So start off with a nice clean tip. Put a little bit of solder on there to get a good thermal contact between the tip and your work. Make sure they touch and just start feeding it in. We're gonna need a little more on that one. That's that. Ooh, that needs a lot more solder. There we go. Good enough for the girls we go with. A little bit of heat shrink. All right. Oh, giveaway time. Thanks for reminding me because I completely forgot. Okay, let's change this to there. And this to this. All right, so we have Josh Phelps, Monocle FPV, John Larson, Borges, and It's Darts. Wheel title. This is going to be Stuff. Color theme. I'm thinking pastel. Time to spin. Ugh, learn to spell. Number random generator 1 to 50. 23. Seconds to spin. 23 seconds. And where's the button? Where's the button? Apply changes to the wheel. All right. Good luck. And here we go. Who's it gonna be? Is it gonna be It's Darts? It starts. Congratulations. Hit me up, tweetfpv@gmail.com, and we will exchange info, and I will get a set of grips out of you. Make sure you let me know what radio you have, and check out my Etsy page, www.etsy.com/shops/tweetfpv, or just search for tweetfpv grips. Check that out. Let me know which ones you want. So that the pocket multimeter and the quad skids, LEDs, and brace wires. So let me know. It starts. Congratulations. Thanks for playing. Let's see. There you go. And other big news in the Tweetiverse. Yeah, I kind of hate myself for just saying that. I did recently just get a extremely large order of radio grips from one of my favorite FPV retailers in the States. So you might be seeing those become a little more mainstream than they are right now, which it's a pretty big opportunity for me. I'm pretty excited. All right, so let's go ahead and get, I don't know if anybody can actually see this. There we go. This vise, this is an awesome little vise. If you're at all into 3D printing, look it up on Thingiverse. Just search for Yet Another Vise. And you will find this design along with a ton of other ones. But this is, it's so stinking useful, you know? Like, I use it all the time. Focusing. There we go. Now, I'm not too worried about wire retention on these things. William Barlow. So I would, but the person who designed it, using Creative Commons attribution, marked it as non-monetary, so I can't make a profit from these. I can't sell them. I mean, I can sell them to a friend for what it costs, but I can't sell them for the purpose of making a profit, basically. Not that I think anybody would catch me or care, but, you know, I try to do things the right way when I can. Which flight controller this is? This is the Gemku? F4. Oh, what flight controller is this? FPV. Let me look it up here. Oh, it is. This is the flight controller. The JHEMCU AIO. It's a 4S 30 amp AIO. Oh, let's see. Josh, yes, or Jonah, sorry. Yes, that is Kebab's CineSplore frame. That be what it is. Need a capacitor. It doesn't come with a cap, which is kind of a bummer. Panavice is what I use at work for a vise. They make, I mean, that's like the industrial standard for little micro vices. I'll be honest, I kind of like this thing more. But there may be some sentimental attachment to it. I'm just saying. All right. So I think I'll have the cap come like there. Hopefully the ducts will fit around it. They will not. Let's see. Didn't plan this out too well. So that's going to go like, yeah. These are going to come up like, yeah. And I think the cap we can take over the top of the board. And you want to run the cap as close to the pads you can. If you can't, then on the end of the XT60 is better than nothing, but it's almost the same as nothing, unfortunately, in a lot of applications. Let's see. Often libraries have 3D printing capabilities. Yeah, libraries, maker spaces. Yeah, you try buying one capacitor, see what you end up with. I don't think you can get one. I've got enough capacitors to last me my life. It is fun teaching people I work with. I work kind of with electronics and aircraft avionics, teaching people who don't deal with electricity how electricity works, and just go blow up a few caps in front of them just to wow the crowd. It's always scary when you hook up a capacitor backwards and you don't intend to, because it's interesting. Let's see. For capacitors, if you don't know, the white stripe or black stripe or whatever on the side, that's negative. Yeah, Craft King. A lot of companies sell like the little practice soldering boards. Those are always good to work with. Also, in this hobby, you will have dead electronics eventually. Save that stuff, because best case or worst case, it's just something to practice on. Best case, you might need a part off of one of those boards, and you might be able to save yourself a couple bucks. Obviously, I wouldn't plan on that being like something you need to rely on, but it may be something that you'd have to, you know, make a beater quad or spare parts for a rainy day type thing. Or when the government comes and takes all your drones, we should have parts to build a new one. So I'm just putting a little double-sided foam tape on this cap, so it doesn't end up contacting any of the electronics. Most likely it's never actually going to stick to anything, because why would it? Just gotta pre-bend the legs a little bit. There we go. I need 3 hands for this. I really want to try out a set of those, it's like soldering, magnifying glass things that I see, like Pyro Drone selling. But I'll be honest, I don't want to know any better. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Because I don't want to have to keep using those stupid things. But I know it would probably be better. All right. So there is our capacitor board and main discharge leads. Ah man, Emax Freestyle 2. That is a fun quad. I had the Freestyle 1, and that thing was so much fun. And the things that I said weren't great about it, they made even better on the Freestyle 2. It starts, yeah, I'm closer to 40 than 30, so I'm trying to hold it together as long as I can. All right, so there's that. And again, I'm just kind of dry fitting things, just seeing if everything's going to line up all right. And it looks like we're going to do good. So we can either run this out the back, or we can snake this out around the side and come up. Just kind of depends on where our lipo ends up, but I think we're going to be just fine right there. It's tight, but it should be good. Jeweler's glass, yeah. Yeah, I want to try them, but I don't. Okay, that's... you know what? I'll buy them for work, and I'll try them there. All right, so our ESC pad. So this thing comes with the pin headers. If you're going to do like pre-pinned 1S motors, and you would put those in the board like so. But you know, we're not doing that. So let's just go ahead and get at her. Soldering on camera is hard because I can't like get my head underneath it without blocking the camera. I mean, I could, I choose not to. And if you came in here late, step number 1 for any build, plug the flight controller in and make sure it works. That was step 1. Now, I think Kebab said he ran his CineSplore on Emu Flight, but he's admitted many, many times that he does not tune quads. So he's the kind of guy that's just going to swap props, swap firmware until he finds something that flies the way he likes, and then maybe make small tweaks from there. I plan on just running Betaflight. There we go. Okay. All right, so we got those 4 motor pads done up. We need wires for the DJI. And again, I'm going to use the digital FPV remote, this guy here. So to make much easier, yeah, I think a little bit of Bob Ruge's backstory is I think he started off. I mean, I think he's always been a dentist, but like one of the things that got him into like making things was those really high-end dentist optic magnifier things. He started making those because the manufacturers that were out there were charging way too much for an inferior product. Oh, magnifying glass, but I do use a jeweler's loupe to inspect my soldering. This is almost more useful than a multimeter. And it also helps when you can't read the silk screening because it's garbage. EV800Ds, man, there ain't nothing wrong with that. Those things are tried and true. V out, video out. Okay. Sorry, I'm looking at the pin out for this board, trying to figure out where I'm going to put everything. So between here and here. So what I like to do is I like to look at the schematic while I'm looking at the board, and I'll go up and I'll tin the pads I'm going to use. So I'm going to use TX1 and RX1. No, I'm not. I'm going to use, so this is going to be ground here, ground, 4.5, 3.3. So then we're going to have S-bus, TX-RX2, ground. So S-bus, TX2, RX2. And then for power and ground, let's see. I'm just going to run those to the main discharge pads here. Oh, spider clamp with a magnifier on it. Yep, I have one of those. I find I spend most of my time fighting with the stupid arms on it. But that, you know, that's just me. So, this was designed to plug into a like a DJI ready flight controller. Obviously, that's not what we have, so I just end up knocking that off of there, and I'm just going to use the wire because I got it. So I think what I'll do is I'll move over to the air unit here, and we'll solder our connections onto this guy. Now these are small. So let's go. So here's something interesting on the air unit. Is it goes power, ground, UARTs, yellow and black, ground, and then S bus. So you would think that it would go that way, but it's actually the other way around. So S bus is the pad all the way on the right. Maybe that's just the way I look at it, but this pinout is actually that way. Something to keep an eye on. Do you know how to get my attitude in DJI goggles? Do you know how to get my altitude in DJI goggles? I don't know if your barometer, are you using a barometer or are you using a GPS or both? Jeremy. Because if you're using a barometer, I don't know if it's one of the supported sensors for the air units. It might be. Let's take a look on the old Gargler. So it supports flight mode, craft name. No, wait. What are we doing here? Main battery voltage, average battery voltage, main battery usage, milliamps, ESC temperature. So it does support altitude, I think. You know, I don't know. I don't know enough about what sensors DJI will actually show, because it doesn't show the whole list of OSD elements. But I know they add a lot more like GPS type elements. Okay, so you get angle pitch, angle roll, battery average cell voltage, battery current draw. Why am I not just sharing this page? There we go. Battery voltage, disarmed, ESC temperature, date and time, RSSI, PID profile power, PID, GPS stats, latitude, longitude, no altitude. Why wouldn't you show altitude? Yep. Craft King, it's not that there's no Betaflight OSD. There's only certain elements because it doesn't use the So I covered it up already, but let me show you right here. So this chip right here, this is the Betaflight OSD, or it's the OSD chip. It's what takes your video signal from the camera, overlays all the data on it before it sends it out to your VTX. That's this chip. The DJI Air unit does not use this at all. I mean, this is completely out of the loop. All the sensor data comes from MSP, which is basically a serial protocol through a UART. So it's taking data from Betaflight and it's interpreting it and then putting it on your OSD. And you position it still with the Betaflight OSD, but it's not using this anymore. So it only supports certain sensors. They've added more and more, but it's not. Yeah, Crafty, you think altitude would be in there. I mean, why not? I don't get it. But I wonder if, so altitude is it's still a sensor for telemetry. So if you're doing like S-Bus, or sorry, SmartPort telemetry, like if you're FR Sky, it should send altitude back to your radio. So you could use a telemetry sensor in your radio for altitude and just put it on like a momentary switch for a call out. That'd be one way around it. And I know it's a lot of headache for altitude, but something. Yeah, I don't understand why they don't just have the whole myriad of sensors available. I wonder if it's a... I mean, I guess I have no idea what it takes to do that stuff, but it seems like it would be at least warnings. Warnings is the big one that they really need to put in there. They don't have the warning element. All right, so let's go and tin these guys up. Let's see, Monocle FPV. I think the best decision about the Tiny Hawk Freestyle 2 receiver is to go with XM Plus instead of the Crossfire due to the S-Bus issue. Do you agree? I agree for two reasons. One, it's lighter, smaller, cheaper. The S-Bus stuff makes it easy. And two, why? Why spend the extra money? Because Crossfire is typically a longer. It's harder to mount the antennas for one, and B, your VTX is definitely not going to keep up with your RC signal. Having a regular 2.4 gigahertz receiver like a XM or even XM Plus or an RxSR is more evenly paired with your VTX at the same time, unless you update your VTX and your receiver at the same time. But then we're getting into kind of like a Franken-Quad scenario. At least that's the way it works in my head. Manana. Ah, yeah, manana. Oh, and the icon. Okay, I get it. Yeah, having a really good night. Got my daughter to bed on time. Only had the computer lock up once and had to restart it in the middle of the stream and was able to salvage it. I have no idea how that... I still have no idea how I managed that one. It's pretty crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this has a interesting little keeper to retain the SMA connector for the antenna. And by the way, these little guys get smoking hot. I mean, really, really hot when they sit around and aren't running. And these pads are teeny tiny. They're like, they're edge pads, so it's like there's a via that they cut the board in half out of, Man, these things are tiny. So I know it was brought up in the beginning of the stream, sorry, the beginning of the stream, but has anybody seen the renders of the Immersion RC Ghost system? What do you guys think? And if you don't know what it is a high-performance, long-range, 2.4 gigahertz RC link, like Crossfire, but just 2.4 gigahertz. It's really interesting. Kind of curious how well that's going to work out. I know FlySky just announced their high performance 2.4 gigahertz link. And TBS just teased something that everybody's assuming is a high performance 2.4 gigahertz link because reasons. All right, so that should be hold them wires. Cool. Oh, I did these like a stupid person. I didn't do them wrong, I just could have done them better. Go at the bottom with them. Oh, I don't like edge pads. There we go. Oh, let's see. Yeah, practice run. Yeah, it's just, they're just going to look better and probably work out better with the wires facing down instead of up. All right. Yeah, that's going to be better. Much better. Not that it was wrong the other way, but this is just more better. More better. So I'm going to put that guy there. Unlock her down. Let's see. Manana. Pretty good at flying. That's good. Still trying to figure out how to build. Building is not hard after you get the first couple out of the way. But just that fear moment of when you plug in the first time and whether you're going to roll coal or not. Monocle, so that Bifrost was a total dud. It kind of looks like it. I know they started working on a second system. I haven't really seen too much updates on that, but it sounds to me like it's not gonna happen. I bought Bifrost in the beginning, used it. It's a really good system for what it was intended to do, but DJI is the better system. It's just there's no nice way to put it. I do like the openness of the Bifrost system, because you could have used it with pretty much anything, which was nice. Any better antenna than the stock Vista? The stock Vista is not bad. There's a lot of different left-hand circular polarized antennas out there that you could use. I think I just saw RC Shim. If you haven't, if you don't know who that is, check out his YouTube channel. He just did a roundup of just a buttload of antennas, both directionals and circular polarized antennas, where he basically measured the gain with them mounted on some pretty high-end equipment for measuring signals like that. And he's got a whole like spreadsheet, data logging. It's really expansive. It's almost like a mini quad test bench, but for antennas. I know the stock DJI antennas were rated as the absolute worst out of his testing. So maybe instead of looking for a better Vista antenna, maybe look for better Goggle antennas. I went with the True RC stubbies on my goggles for only one reason, and that was so that they pack up in the bag better, and I don't have to take them on and off. That was it. Seems like a silly reason, but the actual mating cycle life of a SMA connector is actually pretty short. I don't remember exactly off the top of my head what it was, but I think I want to say it's somewhere around like 500 mating cycles in like pretty much perfect conditions, perfect torque, clean connectors. They're not a lifetime thing, so I always figure the least amount of time I can take them on and off, the better. And the problem with them is they're going to slowly degrade, so you're not going to notice it right away. It's going to work today and then just not tomorrow. It's just going to. It's like a bearing going bad in a lawnmower. Like, it's just slowly going to get worse and worse and worse. My thoughts, anyways. Oh, let's see. You have the anniversary edition of the Martian frame. That's a good, solid frame. Parts are cheap for it. It's an inexpensive frame to learn and wreck. I started buying those, and then I went the other side and bought like the Armaton stuff that has like a lifetime warranty. I never broke one. But those are pretty darn good. They just announced sending new VTX out to testers. Oh, Fat Shark did? That's good. I mean, I'm not a brand loyal. Like, I don't give a rat's but who you are. If you're making a new product out there that's going to give competition to other companies, I am all for it, because in the end, we're all the ones that win. Was it the competition drives innovation or something like that? Oh, okay, cool. So those do fit. Radic. That's good. Let's see. So I always get these backwards. The UART. So white goes to RX. And I think I know why I was getting them backwards, is because they drew this diagram backwards. So the white one is a TX that goes to RX. So oh, darn it, forgot which one's where. Ground TX, so three on the right, or from the left. Now, where are we looking at? Oh, over here. Oh, I'm getting lost around this board here. Let's see. What happens when you get RX and TX to your receiver? Like when you get them backwards? When you get them backwards, nothing happens. It just doesn't work right. At least for DJI, you just won't get your MSP. Like, you don't need to hook any of this stuff up to your flight controller. You can just hook up power and ground and go. You just won't get your battery voltage, basically your sensors and stuff like that. If you don't hook this up, you'll end up getting voltage that's going into the air unit and not like what Betaflight's seeing. Difference between right hand and left hand circular polarized antenna. I understand the direction, but I need to school myself on it and why to use either one. So it's for multi-path projection. So picture the signal coming off the core of the antenna. So if this is a left hand, it's coming off this way, in this direction. So other antennas are oriented to look for signals that come this way. So when this signal hits like a metal roof and it reflects, it's going to reflect in a different direction. And it's going to be a dirty signal. So the signal's coming in this way. This antenna is oriented to read signals this way. It's going to reject that. Now that doesn't mean if I flip my quad over, now this becomes right hand polarized versus left hand. It's all how the radiation pattern is for the RF signal. There's way more than that. That's just a really layman's way to explain it. Craft King, gotta run. See you, brother. Thanks for stopping by. I've been flying for about a year now, and the most damage I've put on my quad is a small ding in one of the front arms from when I got the signpost. Yeah. You're lucky that's all you did is a ding in the arm. I've seen people just crush $200 Exorcist frames by hitting a light pole. Okay. Let's get back to this because I've already forgot where I'm going. So, white wire. Oh, I got it. Strip and tin, strip and tin. Yeah, so what I'm doing, soldering over top of the flight controller, that's a really bad thing to do. One little solder ball drops and she's toast. I'm sure if you don't catch it, but I'm willing to take the chance. So RX goes to TX, TX goes to RX. All right. And then what's next? We got ground. So we're going to take ground to, no? And S bus to there. So let's go ahead and do the twist here. Yeah, our the Exorcist is that molded carbon one. Yeah, if you look back on my channel about a month ago, he was one of my my contest winners for worst crash, and he wadded up one of these guys here. He wadded up one of these frames. This is, I mean, I don't fly this thing. It is basically a demonstration of what it is we're capable of doing. This is the most solid, stiffest, rigid frame I have ever, like there is zero frame flex in this thing. And it is just, it's beautiful. It is the most beautiful frame I have ever seen. I've flown it a few times. I don't want to fly it because it's so nice. But I kind of want to still at the same time. I don't know. It's hard to explain. I want to fly it, but I don't because I don't want to break it. But I want to fly it because it's honestly a really, really awesome flying frame. Okay, so sorry about the squeaky chair, folks. You know, Angel, I've actually, believe it or not, I've been considering giving that one away, putting it in a contest. It's every time I look at it, I'm like, I absolutely love that frame, but I kind of want to pass it on to somebody else. Not yet, though. Yeah, it is flying art, is exactly what it is. All right, looks like my microphone's getting a little low here, so hopefully it doesn't cut out. But anyways, so that is all our, if you're using the DJI remote, this is our our ESC, words, VTX, camera, and receiver all connected right there. Just these 6 wires. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 6 wires, and we're done. Yeah, I mean, it's designed, that Exorcist frame is designed to be a race frame, but oh man. I don't think it would last. I don't know. I don't know how well it would work, or how well it would hold up. I mean, let's see, motor screws. Where are they at? Another soldering tip: before you shut your soldering iron off, clean the tip really good, and just put a big blob of solder on the end of it and let it cool off with that big chunk of solder on there. What it'll do is it'll encapsulate the tip, and it won't allow oxygen to get in there to corrode the tip, and it'll make it last longer. This soldering iron has been through a couple pounds of solder, and it's probably, I don't know, 10 years old, and still the original tip. Looks just like it did the day I bought it. Oh, I should probably just mount this camera before I break it, just having it wobbling around like that. Yeah, Angel, don't keep your tips clean. Keep them covered with solder, and they'll last longer. Also, you know, the more heat you use, the shorter their life will be. I've forgotten to turn this one off a few times and come back 2 days later, and the thing's been sitting here at 850 degrees, just smoking away. Oh yeah, the Korea frame. That guy? This thing is going to be damn near indestructible. I mean, it is flexible as hell. So it's not a rigid frame. I don't know what the tuning is going to be like, but I mean, this is going to survive some shit. And everything is just sharp. Like every little corner on it is just razor sharp on this thing. It's going to be an interesting little experiment. I'm going to build this and intentionally try to destroy it. And my fear is I'm just going to end up breaking everything else that's attached to it and not actually breaking the frame. But I'm kind of curious what it's going to take to do it. It may be the frame that I build, and when I go to the race, I just send it. Yeah, I can't wait to build it, but I'm going to intentionally build it with cheap components because I intend on trying to stress test it. cool frame though. Don't buy it from Korea's website. They want way too much for it. Like, retailers are charging way less than Korea is. I always wonder what the heck the marketing strategy is when companies do that, or if there is one. There probably isn't one. Okay, camera's mounted, motors, I don't know. So the bags come with long and short screws. Definitely go with the shorter of the two that are in there. And even those are borderline on the too long side. So just be very careful. Honestly, I think this quad would probably be fine being a 2 motor screw setup. Which, that's exactly how I'm going to build. I'm going to do 2 motor screws, save some weight. So I'm just going to do opposing corners. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. So Korea is in New Zealand, right? Pretty sure. And yeah, that would make sense why. You know, it's not even the shipping. It's the retail prices, kind of ridiculous from them. New Zealand, man, it's on my list of places I need to go sometime before we leave here. I've always wanted to go to New Zealand. New Zealand and the Isle of Man to watch the Isle of Man TT. Those are the two big ticket things I want to do at some point in my life. How much camera angle do you fly with? Race quads, 45 degrees. 45, and I don't use variable mounts anymore. I use fixed camera angle mounts. Nothing screws you up more than when you crash or you bump a gate and you end up altering your camera angle. Then the quad just does not fly the way you think it does. And so fixed mounts. For just like general acro, probably more like 30 degrees. And I always try to make my GoPro mount slightly lower than my my FPV camera mount, just because I'd rather see more ground than sky in the video. But that's just me. What angle you fly at? Manamana. Yeah, I gotta say the song every time I try to think of your name. All right, so here's a little tip for you. If you're not 100% sure if you screwed up your windings when you were inserting your screws, go ahead and spin your bells. Hopefully the motor, yeah. Go ahead and spin your bells. Yeah, they got a little bit of, they kind of coast to a stop a little bit. If you had one of the windings screwed up, or you had wires shorted when you soldered up, they don't coast anymore, because when you have one or more of the phases connected together, it basically just turns into like a generator, and it won't allow the motor to spin. I mean, it spins, but it definitely doesn't. It's way harder to spin. It doesn't coast. As soon as I let go, it'll kind of spin. Little tip. Just a tip, mind you. All right. So, time to solder up some motor wires. Let's see. Phenomena, what kind of camera angle you fly with? Kind of curious. Oh, 15 and 20. Oh, and then yeah, so that's exactly why I fly with fixed mounts. So racing is just abusive on these things, and anything you have set a certain way, first time you clip a gate, it ain't there anymore. These are going to be a little on the difficult side to solder. The motor wires are actually pretty darn thick, and the pads on the flight controller are pretty darn tiny. All right. Again, you could make sure you didn't bridge them by checking them electrically. You could spin your motor, or my favorite way, jeweler's loop. This is just a 7X jeweler's loop. It's definitely worth every penny. Matter of fact, I think I might have stole it from my dad, so definitely worth every penny I paid for it. Yeah. .30 degrees, mostly large fields, farms, and schools. 30 degrees is a pretty, it's a good sweet spot for camera angle. It's not too little, it's not too much. I say too little, too much. It's, you know, it's all personal preference and what you're trying to do. There are people that intentionally fly like almost a 0-degree angle, and they create some pretty interesting content because of that angle they fly at. The whole flight dynamic changes with just about everything about the quad. Oh, I need more solder. Yeah, Cricket does 0. And I don't think anybody's gonna argue that guy can't. That guy can fly, man. I think he's only been flying for like a year or so, like maybe 2. He's really pushed the envelope. Just naturally good at it. There we go. That's 2 motors. Youth wasted on the young. Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, there's those people that are gifted at turning oxygen into energy, and then there's people that are gifted at turning energy into art. He's definitely one of them. I feel like I'm sewing here. Just trying to weave these wires through stacks and under things. Since this AIO board is supposed to be mounted at like a 45, it makes the motor placement a little on the odd side. Probably gonna have to do some motor resource reassignment for sure. Let's see. Just started in the acro part of flying. Good for you. Level modes they're great, but they can become a crutch. Like I got my daughter one of the Emax Easy Pilots, and that thing is just stupid easy to fly. One of the flight modes, it's altitude hold. So pushing up and down the throttle stick until you hit either all the way up or all the way down, it doesn't change altitude. Yaw doesn't do anything. The right roll is coordinated yaw and roll at the same time. And then the pitch is, just normal pitch. So trying to get her out of that mode and into like a normal auto level mode has been a struggle. But in those self-leveling beginner easy crutch mode, like she'll fly through gates and stuff at the Tiny Whoops races. She's actually pretty good at flying it that way. Oh man, come on. I cut this one a little too short. Not like too short, but shorter than I wanted to. That's 3. I've seen better soldering, but that'll do her. Let's see. Got any Michigan resources for FPV racing or good spots to fly in the Detroit area? Well, I mean, it's like Mad Max times down there, so you can fly just about anywhere. They're like the Bando capital of at least the Midwest. I know that there is a very large multi-GP group in the Detroit area. Some of the big names come out of there. There's a guy, he's got a channel, John E. Fly. Check him out. I know he flies out of the Detroit area. There's a whole crew that does bandos, but I don't know any specifics about how to get a hold of any of those guys. But there are a lot of people. I know you say Detroit area, but like where Detroit area? Because I mean, you talk to people that are from Traverse City and they'll say they're from Detroit. Which is, coincidentally, I transferred from Traverse City to Mobile, Alabama 3 years ago. So I miss Traverse City so much. Horizon mode in a micro is pretty commonplace. It's very, very common for people to, I mean, like high level racers to fly angle mode. Horizon mode, that's for the birds. I don't understand horizon mode. It doesn't make any sense to me. But a lot of high level racers, they'll fly angle mode for indoors. Oh, Tri-County. Okay. Yeah, so I would get so two resources. AMA's website. I know AMA sucks, but they do have a good field finder, so you could find a AMA field multi-GP as well. If you find the multi-GP chapter, they could definitely well, there'll be somebody to fly with to race, but B, most people who race also know where to go. Go do like bando bashing and stuff like that. So that'd be my recommendation. This is a tough motor to solder up. Like when I moved down to where I'm at now, I used AMA to try to find a field, and nothing. There wasn't anything south of Birmingham. Turns out their search criteria sucks. So you may have to try different ways to coax the information out of the AMA search results. Turns out the group, the chapter head, they transposed some numbers as far as the lat long goes, because that's kind of how the AMA keeps track of the field, and it put it in like Bangladesh or something like that. So that's why they weren't ever showing up. But we've got a really cool place to fly here. It's the USS Alabama is moored up, and it's like a historical tourist thing. And the USS Drum, it's a submarine from submarine times. I don't know, words. And we fly right behind those things. There's a whole RC field back there. It's pretty cool place. Really fortunate. Oh yeah, obviously, as long as you're flying, who cares? Oof, this is a tight place to solder. I am struggling with this one here. I pull the standoff out, but oh, well, never mind. That was a lot easier to do this way. Oh, let's see. That was a tough one. She's on there. Well, that's it for soldering. That's all of it. Good idea to go through and look at everything else on the board. Make sure you didn't get any solder blobs anywhere. No little stray wires flying around. There we go. Got that. Just gonna be sure we're not pinching anything in here. Yeah, soldering on camera is not not easy. All right, get some hardware on here. I'll definitely have to update the firmware on this Vista unit before I spark the whole thing up. Yeah, it was tough to make this look clean just because the that AO board doesn't really put the pads in a good spot. But the DJI unit really makes it like an ultra clean build. Just want the slightest bit of compression on these things. And let's see. I think next time I gotta have some music playing in the background or something. I gotta figure out how to get OBS to capture the music playing from the browser without playing it on my speakers, so it's not being recorded by my microphone. I think a headset's in order for that. I think you guys have been staring at the top of my head all day too. Sorry, I kind of forgot about the camera and just started getting into the build. I guess as it should be, right? So when I'm checking these, all I'm doing is just kind of pushing down on the board lightly, making sure I can get a little bit of a gap between the hardware. You don't want to have to push really hard to get it, just very lightly. And make sure it bounces back to the point where it covers up the gap. So I push down, I get a little tiny gap here, let go, and it covers it back up. That's about that. Let's see, I think I'm missing a nut. I dropped it on the carpet. So she gone. I'll find it later. Oh, another pro tip. If you're missing hardware, look at your motor bells. They're thieves. They will pick up hardware. Let's see. What? Why didn't you guys stop me? I put my air unit in upside down. It's like, what is going on here? Somehow, I managed to put that on upside down. I was trying to find the UFL connector. I'm like, where the heck is it? Alright, so that's it. That's pretty much the build. We visually checked everything over. The motors aren't tight. Pretty much nothing left to do but to fire this guy up. Shall we? All right. What am I looking at here? Okay, so this goes to this. So all right, folks, you guys ready for this? All right, take your bets now. Cheers or tears? Which one's it gonna be? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. Good deal. All right, it's good to go. Obviously, it's not ready to go. There's going to be a lot of beta flight fun to be had to get this thing going. Plus, I've got to update the shit. I forgot to hook up my antenna. Yikes. You know, I looked at that. I'm like, hey, don't forget to hook that up. And then I forgot to hook that up. Well, Okasildiliokio, I'm an idiot. God, I hate UFL connectors. There it is. Oh, I hope I didn't kill this VTX. I'd be surprised if I did. Most VTXs can run for a long time without an antenna being connected to them nowadays. These are difficult to connect too. Struggle bus with this thing. There we go. Yeesh, a pain. Always got time to do it right the second time. Okay, stuff's flying everywhere. So I think I'm gonna leave the ducts off for now. It's gonna be hard to connect that air unit with the ducts installed. Maybe I'll put a few in just so we can get a look-see. But I think my time is gonna be coming to an end here pretty soon. Been going for a while now. I think my wife may have just gotten home from work too. Let's take a look here. Nope, never mind. Oh yeah, I mean you could see him twitch. You can sometimes not see him twitch, but I don't know. I usually don't pay too much attention to that. I've had motors where they twitch pretty hard, and I've had motors where none of them twitch. All kind of depends on the windings and whatnot. I'm not sure. Are these forceps? They do like these, and I don't know why I wasn't using them. I think, honestly, I thought I had them in a different... I didn't think I had them here, but I do like those way more than the tweezers. Especially the tweezers I have. They're like a ceramic coated one, so they're non-conductive, but they have no grip to them at all. Like there's no serrations on them. Probably for reasons, but... so anyways, that's pretty much the gist of how she's going to look. Top plate, and there are nut inserts on the bottom here to mount your VTX antenna onto, like that. So this is going to be a pretty neat looking build. Really excited to get this thing up in the air. Yeah, it's going to go like that. But anyways, that is for another day. So that my wife let me have. She stopped coming down here to pay attention or to keep track. I need to be strategic about it and kind of move them around from time to time. Oh, I hope she's not actually watching this. If she is, I'm kidding. Let's see, how many quads? It's a lot. I'm actually kind of embarrassed to count how many I do have. Oh yeah, the ones with the little like click down. Yeah, I don't have any of those. I thought those were called hemostats, or is that what you said? Is that what you said? Forceps? No, forceps. Honestly, I don't know the terminology. I have seen ones where they have the little locking jaws, but the whole tweezer or the whole apparatus doesn't move, but it like has a long shaft and just the end of it moves. So it's got just like these little tiny bills at the end that move, but the whole thing doesn't have to move. Those are pretty cool. I haven't picked up a set of those, but I'd like to get a set of them. John Larson, thanks for stopping by, buddy. I will catch you some other time. And you know what? It's getting late. And I think my wife just got home. Maybe not. I'll have to go upstairs and look. I know the dogs want to go outside. And this is going to be a lot of sitting and waiting with the computer to update the air unit and to program the flight controller. So that'll be another day. So everybody, thanks for coming by. Thanks for watching, hanging out, and shooting the poop if it was, or as it was. And I will catch you all later. And happy flying. No, that's Bardwell's thing. Stay safe. See you next time. Something. I don't know. We'll see you guys.